Well, I've had it. I wonder. So if I do my window capture here, and then what do you think? 1,000? Not even close. 2,000? Oh no, 200 is what I meant. Gotta do them individually. Can I take me completely out? I can. Then I can't hear myself. That's the thing I want to hear myself so I can use it as a monitor still. Because that would be cool. If it's even possible. There we go. Boom. Can I still be heard on Twitch? Check, check, check. Oh, I gotta unmute it. Sounds good. Well, I've had it.
Tonight, NASA versus Elon Musk. So NASA's top officials firing back at Musk. One former senior NASA official, just moments ago, told CNN that they never received an offer from Musk's SpaceX to bring home the 2 U.S. astronauts stuck in space. They never got that offer. Now, why were they saying that? Well, because they were responding to Musk's claims that the 2 astronauts had been left in space for, quote, political reasons. Well, the astronauts themselves, they're up there, and they had to deny this.
We don't feel abandoned. We don't feel stuck. We don't feel stranded.
I mean, they are on the International Space Station having to respond to this. I mean, there's just some moments in all this where you go, this is really insane. Multiple astronauts going after
I've had it.
After these claims, including Andreas Morgensen, who called Musk's claim a lie on X. Musk responded, and I'm going to just quote what Musk said. He called this astronaut, quote, fully retarded and an idiot. So on that note, let's bring in
Which is hilarious.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the author of the new book Merlin's Tour of the Universe.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, do you think this person is retarded?
It is a prominent place on my bookshelf. I put it in the travel section. Should I ever get to
Just in case.
travel? You
Yeah.
know, when I was organizing, that's what I did. Okay, this topic that Musk says that this was, political, that Biden wouldn't bring them down. they have to be, these astronauts denying it on the space station. NASA denies it. An astronaut says it's not true, and Musk, uses those horrible words to respond to the person. I mean, what is your response to all of this?
I've had it.
Let's go to the beginning of it all. The two astronauts were never stranded in any normal way we would use that term. And they were joining a half a dozen other astronauts on the International Space Station. There's plenty of food. Maybe they didn't bring enough changes of underwear. I don't know. But that would be like the worst case scenario. They're both experienced astronauts. And while I don't remember whether this is the longest time they spent in zero G in their astronaut career, but it's a while, and so they have to adjust to that, but they're professionals. So they're not stranded. Second, what a luxury it is to have a conversation about he said, she said, and who said what, when, I mean, think about it. We have options to bring them back from space. One of them is SpaceX.
Right.
And that's evidence to me that we are living in the future, that no one is worried about whether there exists a ship to bring them back. The Starliner for Boeing, that had some risk factors. NASA was not going to take that risk. So you push that aside. Who's up next? There's SpaceX. I'm good with that. And the rest of this is just distraction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is unfortunate. I say, you read it and you think about people reading it and people using such words, especially people who have achieved so much and you run SpaceX, you have all of the things that someone has to speak like that. At best, it's deeply unfortunate. Let me ask you, Neil, also, the other context here is these asteroids, right? So then the city killer asteroid, I guess it's called.
Well, yeah, meanwhile, there's like asteroids bearing
asteroids
down on Earth.
So,
Maybe
so
somebody
in
should
case
pay
we don't
attention.
destroy it ourselves, there's something else to do it for us. Okay, so it was kind of up and it was down, it was vacillating all over the place, and now they're downplaying that particular asteroid that they say now is more unlikely to hit a
It's not
city.
so much downplaying. There's better evidence available to
Right.
tighten the uncertainty circle such that Earth is basically no longer at risk.
All right,
Oh,
so
by the way, that circle still encloses the moon. So the moon's risk. The moon
So
has
Seven Eves becomes a reality. It's a Neil Stephenson book I enjoyed. Right, we break up the moon and the pieces start coming down.
Yeah.
But I know asteroids are a very serious thing, and there's only so much ability, and I think this is what this brought to bear, to see them within the time frame that one could do anything about it.
Yes, that's a perfectly stated concern. And so we have some telescopes coming online very shortly that specialize in the discovery of very dim asteroids. And these are the ones that can sneak up on us and not give us much time to react, either to deflect it, which NASA has been building that kind of technology. They had a mission, the DART mission, Double Asteroid Redirect Test, just a couple of years ago, successfully altered the path of an asteroid. It was not known whether that would work because the structural integrity of asteroids is not well understood. You can push on one piece, that might break off and leave the rest in place.
Yeah.
We don't know this. So the more of these kinds of missions that we launch, the safer we might feel going forward when one of these gets discovered that could be headed towards Earth.
Yeah. All right. So now let me ask you also about these executive orders, the DEI orders that are now, at first I think people felt maybe in some of the government agencies, okay, it's just rhetoric. Call it whatever you want to call it, continue with it. It now appears that that's not the case, right? This is not rhetoric, this is reality. Look at NASA, for example, the web pages that would talk about the diversity of the space program. Just to say, look at how diverse our program is. This is something that we are proud of. Look at the 404 warning you get now. It's gone. Programs promoting diversity and inclusion, even Black History Month, or Black astronauts, women astronauts, minority astronauts, just things again that the space program that NASA was proud of appear at this point to have been shut down. You sit here as a Black astrophysicist. What's your how are you putting your processing this?
Yeah, so when I grew up, people said, oh, did you want to be an astronaut when you were a kid? I'm old enough to have lived through the 60s, the moon landing and the rest. And I said no, because it was clear they were not interested in me by who they were sending into space.
You saw the lack of color.
As a child, I knew this. And but it was more than that. Everyone was wearing like crew cuts at a time when the Broadway musical
God damn
Hair
it.
was number one.
Right.
So there was some mismatches between who we were sending in space and
Yeah.
what culture was doing. I still valued that we were going into space, but I didn't feel like I was a part of that. And with DEI, so I always viewed that as a way to encourage agencies to look in places you hadn't looked before for talent that you've been missing. And so if we're going to stop that, and you think every person who's the right, who's correct for a job is white male, that's I don't know what that means. And to fire a 4-star Air Force general
Right.
with an advanced degree in aerospace engineering,
Yep.
replace him with someone who is who's not a general,
Yeah.
at least 3-star general. It would be the first 3-star general as head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff ever. That seems like
Good for
a
him.
different form of DEI. It's like you're favoring someone else who's not even qualified.
All right, Neil. Well, thank you very much.
Elon Musk hosted his very first cabinet meeting as president today, and, well, this is how it went.
And I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect. But when we
It's not DEI. It's literally what DEI prevents. Unqualified white people in the job.
make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola, Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption. But we do need to move quickly if we're to achieve a $1 trillion deficit reduction in financial year 2026. It requires saving $4 billion per day, every day, from now through the end of September. But we can do it, and we will do it.
I'm sorry, can we just talk about the example that he used to defend himself? Sorry we canceled Ebola prevention? Sorry we canceled efforts to stop transmission of the most deadly disease in the world? Everybody makes mistakes, right? Who among us hasn't accidentally exacerbated the spread of a deadly contagion that would decimate the American population? Am I right? And this isn't even the only example like that. What about how Elon and Doge fired 350 employees at the National Nuclear Security Administration? They haphazardly fired...
The reason why Ebola decimates Africa is because of lack of medical access. Families have to take care of the sick victims, and that's how they transmit. They transmit this because there's no hospital space set up in these places. So Ebola would likely be very quickly contained.
the people in charge of our nuclear arsenal and security. I'm sorry, but what? That is not an oopsie, as Elon's framing it. It is a massive fuck-up, one that could have massive ramifications around the world. The fact that America is a nuclear superpower is why we are able to preserve so much of the post-World War II order. The implications, then, of Elon crippling our nuclear capabilities are impossible to overstate. The executive director of the Arms Control Association said, quote, "The Doge people are coming in with absolutely no knowledge of what these departments are responsible for. They don't seem to realize that it's actually the Department of Nuclear Weapons more than it is the Department of Energy." But hey, Elon said that they're going to make mistakes here and there, so I guess as long as he apologizes, then no harm, no foul, right? Elon and Doge have laid off veterans, researchers working on cancer treatment, opioid addiction, prosthetics, and burn pit exposure. They've laid off 1,300 employees at the CDC, about 10% of the agency's workforce, which is a choice in the aftermath of a global pandemic. Over 130 were let go at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which oversees the nation's critical infrastructure, including the federal efforts to secure election systems. Thousands of workers at the IRS, who are responsible for bringing wait times to...
You gotta see this guy. This tiny little man over here. Look at him. He's just a complete ball. Why he sit like that? Why he become ball? He's having an existential crisis. Hi, Zapata. Hi, Zapata. See, his brain's not on. BC's jumping around and he's not reacting. BC knows we're talking about chinchillas, so he's going ape shit because he wants attention. But Zapata, his brain is shut off. He become ball. He become destroyer of squares. Ah. 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 Too many windows. Ah, I can't get back to it because of Alright, fuck off. Can't you see I don't want you anymore? Go on, scram.
Down to just 4 minutes on average during the Biden administration, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. 1,000 National Park Service employees who maintain and clean our parks, effectively all Consumer Financial Protection Bureau employees who were responsible for returning $21 billion to hundreds of millions of consumers who were screwed over by predatory financial institutions, and the list goes on and on. And of course, this is all under the pretense of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. But you know what the first line of defense is against waste, fraud, and abuse? That would be the inspectors general, who Trump decided to fire right off the bat.
You also wouldn't fire the IGs. I mean,
Right,
IGs, inspectors general, I will tell you from working for 2 Democratic presidents, they're a headache for everyone. You know why? Because they're investigating every agency and they find stuff, including waste and fraud and abuse. They wouldn't be firing them. If they actually cared about waste, fraud, and abuse, they'd be taking their reports, they'd be looking at them and figuring out what to use to root out and to address.
The whole anti-corruption crusade is an absolute fraud. They started by decimating the ranks of the inspectors general. These are the people whose job is actually day in and day out, 365 days a year, to ferret out waste, fraud, and abuse in the departments and the agencies. They got rid of 17 of them in the first week. I think they just got rid of the 18th because they were mad at that one. If you were interested in fighting corruption, those are the people you'd be talking to. They're actually doing it day in and day out.
In other words, it's already beyond clear that what Elon and Trump are doing is massively disingenuous. But worse, the American people can clearly see that. According to the Washington Post, Musk having a prominent role in the administration is viewed as a bad thing, 54-28 by a nearly 2-to-1 ratio. The Post Ipsos poll showed Americans disapproved by a similarly wide margin, 52-26, of Musk shutting down federal government programs that he decides are unnecessary. And Americans said 63-34 that they are concerned about Musk's team getting access to their data, which is the subject of high-profile legal fights. Even 37% of Republican-leaning voters said that they are at least somewhat concerned about Musk getting their data. Which, of course, raises the question, do these Republicans recognize that Elon is a liability for them? Well, here's what happened when those same officials themselves were posed the question at this cabinet meeting.
You could ask me or Elon. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Musk. I just wanted to ask you that President Trump put out a Truth Social today saying that everybody in the cabinet was happy with you. I just wondered if you had heard otherwise, and if you had heard anything about members of the cabinet who weren't happy with the way things were going, and if so, what are you doing to address those any dissatisfaction?
Hey, Elon, let the cabinet speak just for a second. Anybody unhappy with Elon? If you are, we'll throw him out of here. Is anybody unhappy? I have a lot of respect for Elon, and that he's doing this, and some disagree a little bit, but I will tell you, for the most part, I think everyone's not only happy, they're thrilled.
As if anyone is going to speak out against Elon Musk when Trump is literally threatening to fire anybody who does, and then devolving into a frantic clapping fit for good measure. I have seen more discerning generals surrounding Kim Jong-un than what I just saw at that cabinet meeting. The reality is that Elon is an anchor around all of their necks, but because Trump wants him around, they've all tied themselves to this sinking ship. And of course, Trump won't push back against Elon because he is indebted to him. Elon gave him hundreds of millions of dollars in cash during the campaign, and now he's getting his end of the quid pro quo, which means hollowing out government agencies that were investigating or regulating or fining him, which means privatizing agencies and enriching Elon's companies who can then go in and fill that void, which means allowing Elon to gain access to Americans' personal data that will, help his AI company gain a competitive advantage among his competitors. Trump and Elon will frame this as some selfless act of patriotism. Nothing these people do is selfless. Mark my words, they are deriving a personal, professional, or financial benefit from everything. Sometimes it's obvious, as is the case with these meme coins, and sometimes it's less obvious, as is the case with Elon rooting around in Americans' personally protected information. But the people winning here are not Americans. Hell, it's not even Trump's own base and voters. It is the people at the very top, the people who already hold most of the wealth and power in this country, who are just seeking to consolidate even more of it, all on the backs of Americans who are getting screwed over on a daily basis, and who increasingly can see the fact that that is exactly what's happening. Before you go, just a quick note, if you'd like to see more of my content, which is always free of advertising,
Former Italian Prime Minister Massimo D'Azeglio is known for saying, "L'Italia è fatta, restano da fare gli italiani." We have made Italy. Now we must make Italians. Because before Italy was Italy, it was like 8 major kingdoms and then a bunch of mini duchies and city-states and kingdoms as well. Most of them were Latin-based peoples that spoke Latin languages, and some of them were unintelligible from the other ones. And each of these distinct areas to this day still hold on tightly to their regional roots. If you talk to a Sicilian, they will let you know they are Sicilian. And, since they have such strong regional identities, sometimes it kind of makes them, once in a while, it kind of makes them think, could I? No. Should I? No. And Italy is just one place where this type of stuff happens. Welcome to the world of European separatist movements. Let's have a Geography talk. Hey Geography peeps, what am I drinking from right now? It's a Geography Now mug, of which it's the fourth you can get at geographynow.com.
Wow. Our logo would look great on mugs.
Got a variety of different items there. You can get this drawstring bag, and you can put the drawstring bag on, and you can put the mug in the bag, whatever you want to do. I don't care. It's not selling out if it's your brand, and this is my brand, so I'm not selling out. That's my justification. All right, anyway, moving on. So today, there are currently about 100 separatist groups spread throughout all of Europe. They all have their own varying degrees of active and seriousness when it comes to movement status. Some of these groups are kind of seen as a small joke and nobody really pays attention to them, whereas some of these areas are full-fledged, high self-proclaimed, somewhat functioning sovereignty areas. When it comes to organizing, the advocacy group that is probably most famous is the EFA, or the European Free Alliance, which is a political party that consists of various regionalist and separatist groups. According to their criteria, a separatist group must have an active movement with active members. They are seeking greater autonomy or self-determination for a geographic region, and they are citizens or people of the conflict area and do not come from another country. So a little disclaimer, I'm going to go through all of the separatist groups. Not all of them are EFA members, but they all fall within the criteria of the EFA. In addition, I also want to mention that all of these separatist groups actually do have their own political parties or advocacy groups, because in some countries they don't allow opposing political parties. Yeah, let's just go down them one by one, okay? Starting alphabetically with Albania. Technically, you could consider the sovereign state of the Bektashi order as a sort of separatist group. So long story short, in 2024, the Prime Minister of Albania announced that he was going to set up this European microstate within Tirana, the capital. And it would serve as the headquarters of the Bektashi order of Sufi Islam. It's more of the headquarters for Albanian Sufi Muslims. So yeah, that's just, don't call it the Vatican of Islam. So it's weird. It's this was the the idea of the prime minister, and it needs approval of the parliament, and they're still working on it, but yeah, that's Albania. Belgium! So if you know anything about Belgium, you know that it's basically made up of 3 parts. Flanders, Wallonia,
Waffles.
the Brussels area, technically a 4th German part. Long story short, Flanders and Wallonia do have their own independent separatist movements. And there's 2 sides to this coin as well, because there's a movement for further autonomy, and there's a movement for actual annexation into the larger countries that neighbor them. There's the Rassemblement movement of Walloon France, which they want to be annexed back into France, the Walloon side. And then there's the Greater Netherlands movement, in which the Flemish people want to be annexed back into Netherlands. And both sides argue how the capital, Brussels, would be split because it's like 80% French speaking, but it's like within the Flemish area. It's so complicated. But yeah, anyway, if you know anything about Belgium, it's like, it's amazing that they're even still standing, but hey, they somehow figure it out. Now, Bosnia and Herzegovina has 2 of them, the Republic of Srpska and the Croatian community of Herzegovina, Bosnia. So if you don't know anything about Bosnia and Herzegovina, it is one of the most complex nations in all of the Balkans, let alone the whole world, because it is made up of 3 constituent peoples, the Serbians, Croatians, and Bosnians. And after all of the wars, one day they were like, okay, we know you all hate each other, but good luck, figure it out. And to this day, the country is still kind of regionally segregated amongst the constituent people groups. And both of the communities have an idea of what they would like should they either secede or be re-annexed back into Serbia and Croatia. And if they did that, it would kind of screw over the Bosnians because it would re-landlock them, because Croatia would take whatever little coast they had with the coast of Neum, which is only like 11 kilometers long. In that regard, Croatia kind of has a little something too. Istria. Now, they aren't seeking independence, they're just seeking further autonomy within Croatia. Now, Istria is a very diverse area. It's got a lot of Istro-Romanians, Croatians, Italians, and even native Istrian people. It's like a Latin-speaking group, but they also have Slavic roots. It's complicated. Yeah, that's the situation in Croatia. Cyprus. The whole freaking country is like one big separatist group, okay? You watched my Cyprus episode, it basically, the whole northern third of the island is basically the Turkish area of Cyprus, because after the war, there was a big UN buffer zone that split it all up, and to this day, the international community recognizes the Southern Republic of Cyprus side, and only Turkey recognizes the Northern Cyprus side. So today, there are 3 possible solutions to the whole situation with Northern Cyprus. A, recognition as a separate state. B, union with Turkey. Or C, best case scenario, reunification with the entire island and the rest of Cyprus. Who knows what's gonna happen? I went there, I even went in the buffer zone at the old Nicosia airport. It's crazy, man, that island, ooh. Good luck, Cyprus. Next up, in Czechia, or the Czech Republic, there's the Moravian land movement for the Moravian people. So basically, the Czech Republic is kind of like a conglomeration of 3 historical communities: Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia. Silesia is also, it extends further up into Poland. And the Moravian part wants further autonomy within the Czech Republic. So to kind of illustrate this, in the Czech Republic, Bohemia is like Marsha from the Brady Bunch, and then like Moravia is like Jan. Like, why does Bohemia always get all the attention? It's always Bohemia, Bohemia, Bohemia. That's the situation. Okay, let's move on. Denmark. So basically everything that is affiliated with Denmark but is outside of continental Denmark has a separatist or at least minor movement going on. I'm talking about Greenland, Faroe Islands, and even Bornholm Island. Long story, we've already explained this, but Greenland is the closest thing right now to a full-fledged separatist movement. Like, they were given home rule and then further autonomy with self-rule back in 2009. They actually do have the right to secede if they want at any time. And they even have like a constitution already. It's drafted up and ready to go when they're ready to claim independence. But it takes a little bit more time to figure things out logistically and how they would move forward doing so. So they're kind of, they're taking their time right now. Faroe Islands, similar situation. They have a whole separate language and culture from Denmark. And Bornholm has the Bornholm Self-Government Party. The island only has like, I don't know, like 35,000 people. It's crazy. But like, even they are like trying to ask for the same thing. Just want to say to my buddy Gus, who's Danish, hey, you've been posting up all those, you know, memes about Denmark trying to buy California. Your country can't even hold on to its constituents within the kingdom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to poke fun at you, man. All right, I love you, man. All right, next. Okay, next up, Finland. Finland has the autonomous Åland Islands, which are predominantly inhabited by ethnic Swedes. So they have the Future of Åland Party, which is actually vying for their own independent statehood, not for annexation back into Sweden. So if it were to happen, there would be 2 Swedish-speaking countries in the world. The history of Åland Islands is crazy, man. Long story short, it has to do with Russia, and Finland was like, you can't have them. And then Sweden was like, technically I'm neutral. And then Finland was like, "Brr," and then that's how it fell under Finnish sovereignty with autonomy. Anyway, that was my summary from action. Let's just move on. France. Oh my God, here we go. So currently there are 8 secessionist movements in France. Many of these have varying degrees of seriousness with their propositions. Many of them even have military groups. They are as follows, alphabetically: the Basque Country, Brittany, Corsica, French Flanders. This is not the Walloon thing from the Belgium thing. These are actually French people in the Flemish part of Belgium. It's a whole other thing. Provence, North Catalonia, and East Pyrenees. We'll talk more about that in the Spain part. Savoie, which seeks to unify various regions of southern France and northern Italy. And l'Amazon. Long story short, each of these areas has their own distinct, unique identity from the rest of metropolitan France, I guess you could say. Germany. Germany currently has 5 separatist parties with their own proposed states or autonomous areas.
That
You got
kind of
Bavaria,
makes sense,
led
huh?
by the
When
Free
we
State
talk
of
about
Bavaria party. There's Saxony, led by the Free
we talk about the Robespierre and how they invented the nationalism and how people didn't see themselves as French. Wow. Oh no, I'm dying. And I can't find the tab that I need. This one.
Saxony party. Lusitania, which is where the ethnic Sorbs of Germany, that's a Slavic group
Sorbs?
in the far eastern part of Germany. Sorry, I meant to say Lusatia, not Lusitania. Lusitania is the old name of Portugal. Moving on. Then you have the East Frisia movement, led by Die Friesen, which is the part of Lower Saxony that seeks to unify with the Frisians, which are found in northern Netherlands. They speak Frisian, which, by the way, is the language closest to Old English. And then Franconia, led by the Party for Franconia. They are actually vying for a free state status within Germany, not secession into a new country. Now let's move on to Hungary. Hungary has the Opre Roma Democratic People's Party. For the Roma, or you might know them as Gypsies, but they prefer sometimes to go by Roma, they are vying for an area in the northern part of Hungary that they want to call Romastan. Now let's move on to Italy. Here we go. There is the Friuli movement. Lombardy proposes its own state. There's also the proposed state of Padania, which is pretty much, it seeks to unify everything in northern Italy. And then in that regard, there's also Mezzogiorno, which seeks to unify all the parts of southern Italy, including Sardinia and Sicily. But in that regard, Sardinia and Sicily also have their own things going on. Veneto has 2 movements, a secessionist and an autonomist one, and Trieste is seeking for a free territory status. Italy. Lithuania. Lithuania currently has the Samogitia party, made up of Samogitian peoples. It's kind of considered like a subset culture within Lithuanian peoples. They are vying for further autonomy in an area of the northwestern part of Lithuania. Malta has Gozo, the second largest island in the already incredibly small country. They only have about 35,000 people. There used to be a Gozo party, but it is now defunct. And yeah, they are seeking further autonomy within Malta. Moldova, this is an interesting one because I actually went to these. Moldova has Transnistria and Gagauzia. So Transnistria is a self-declared state with breakaway status, supported mostly by Russia, and they operate independently with their own legislation and social services. They even have their own currency, which uses like plastic coins. It's weird. Seriously, check out my video. They are vying for independence in their own country state status, or in the extreme sense, some are even talking about unification with Russia. But that would be really weird because like Ukraine is right there and they kind of separate them geographically from Russia, and that would make things really complicated and good luck with annexation. And then you also have Gagauzia, which is mostly inhabited by the ethnic Gagauz people. They are a Turkic group within Moldova. The People's Union of Gagauzia party is proposing an actual state called the Gagauz Republic. So make of that what you will. Montenegro has the Free Sanzak party. Sanzak is an area that straddles the border between Montenegro and Serbia in the northeastern part of the country. Basically, this whole area is inhabited mostly by Bosniaks, which are vying for further autonomy within both Montenegro and Serbia. The Netherlands has the Frisian National Party, which is also a member of the EFA. They are seeking greater autonomy for West Frisia within the Netherlands. And of course, they also talk with the people on the German side in Lower Saxony. Poland currently has 4 autonomous movements. They are Silesia, which are the same Silesians that we talked about in Czechia, the Czech Republic one, Kashubia and Pomerania, Masuria, and Greater Poland. Again, these 4 are just seeking further autonomy. Portugal currently has the Azores Liberation Front, which is currently proposing actually an independent state. Ballsy move, Azores. Just a few scattered islands in the middle of the Atlantic. I'm just saying. Romania. Okay, Romania's got quite a few. Let's go through them. First, there's Transylvania and Banat. They are led by multiple parties. There's not one single party. And then there's Sikeland, which is basically the areas that the ethnic Hungarians live in Romania. And then there's Partium, which is seeking territorial autonomy status. Now, here's the thing. All of these areas have high ethnic Hungarian populations, and they are pretty much the ones leading all of these autonomy / secessionist movements. Or in the extreme talks, reunion back with Hungary, you're going to see a pattern going on with the Hungarian peoples in Europe. The Austro-Hungarian Empire never really quite died with these people, I'm just saying. So now we move on to Russia. Russia actually has the most secessionist movements at 18. Most of them are made up of the peoples of the republics of Russia. So for those of you who don't know, Russia has 85 federal subjects within their union. So like they have oblasts, they have krais, which are like territories. They have a bunch of subdivisions. And then they have republics. Republics are the areas of Russia that are designated for certain ethnic groups that are within the Russian Federation. They did used to have a degree of autonomy, but in 2017, the Russian government kind of took away their autonomy, and now they are on equal standing with the oblasts and all the other subjects of the Russian Federation. That being said, some of them even have their own militant organizations, and some of them even have their own governments in exile in undisclosed locations because they can't reveal where they are. So here we go. They are Adygea for the Circassian peoples, Bashkortostan for the Bashkirs, Chechnya for the Chechen people, Dagestan for the Dagestanis, Ingushetia for the Ingush, Kalmykia for the Kalmyks, or they are also possibly seeking unification with the Astrakhan Oblast in Russia, Mari El for the Mari people, Karelia for the Karelians, which by the way are the cousins of the Finnish people, Mordova for the Erzias and Mokshas people, advocating the state of Erzian, Mastor, and Mokshan. That's a mouthful. Tatarstan for the Tatar people, and Udmurtia for the Udmurt peoples. Also, there's a movement for the Confederation of the Northern Caucasus, or the United Caucasia state. Then there's the proposed state of Kosakia, or the Don Cossack host, with undefined borders in what is now the Volgograd and Rostov oblasts. Then there's also the Idel Ural state, or the Volga Ural state, led by the Free Idel Ura advocacy group. Oh my god, there's still more. There's Krasnodar Krai for the Cossack peoples, proposing the state of Kuban, led by the Free Nations League. By the way, Krasnodar Krai, that's where Sochi is, where the Winter Olympics were held. The Leningrad Oblast, proposing the state of Ingria, or the Republic of St. Petersburg. And then the Kaliningrad exclave has proposed the Baltic Republic of Königsberg. And today there are 6 Russian-occupied areas that are de jure subdivisions under Ukraine. They have unsure futures right now until conflict subsides. They are Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and Kharkiv. Make of that what you will. I'm just reporting what the situation is. Okay, now let's move on. Serbia. Serbia currently has 2 autonomy movements and a big guy, Kosovo. Yeah, Kosovo. You've probably heard of Kosovo. There's no quick way to summarize it, but I'll just try my best. It is mostly inhabited by ethnic Albanians, control under the Yugoslavs. Things got crazy. There were wars, and in 2008 they declared independence, and they are kind of like a de facto state right now that is recognized by about half of the members in the UN.
Caucasus
in addition,
Emirate.
Serbia also has the Preševo Valley for the ethnic Albanians in Serbia, proposing further autonomy within the country. And then they also have the Vojvodino part in the northern part of Serbia. So the northern part of Serbia is very diverse, but there is an exceptionally widely known Hungarian community out here, and they are vying for one of 2 options: either an autonomous Republic of Vojvodina within the sovereignty of federalized Serbia, or some kind of territorial autonomy just for the Hungarian minority in the northern part of Vojvodina close to the Hungarian border. I told you, it's always the Hungarians. And here we go again. Slovakia. Guess who's trying to vie for secession? The Hungarian community. Slovakia has the Southern Slovakia Movement Party, led by the Hungarian community of Slovakia. This area is a compact Hungarian ethnic bloc proposing cultural and regional autonomy in Slovakia, or in the extreme, unification with Hungary. Oh man, Yeah, you Hungarians. You just want to... It's always the Hungarians, I told you. All right, moving on. Spain! Before I even get into this, if you watched my Spain episode, they don't even have states or provinces or regions. Literally, the whole country is made up of autonomies. Like, every section of Spain is almost like a little mini country within itself. So if they're already trying to vie for secession, you know it's going to be pretty serious. You've probably already heard of a lot of these. As mentioned with France, they have the Basque community seeking for reunification with the French side and their own statehood. Then you have Catalonia, Valencia, and the Balearic Islands that all have their own movements, but there's also a push to possibly unify all of the Catalan-speaking states. Then we have Galicia, Aragon, Andalusia, Asturias. They all also have their own separatist movements. And from there are autonomous movements for Cartagena and Leon. And there is a proposal from the people of Granada to break away from Andalusia and create their own separate autonomous community led by the Juntos por Granada party. So much happening in Spain, man. All right, let's move on to Sweden. Sweden has the Skåne area led by the Skåne party, basically the southernmost tip of Sweden. It's basically the part that connects to Denmark with the Öresund bridge. And the people here are known for having a dialect that's kind of like similar to Danish. Like Carolina from my Sweden episode, she was from Skåne. And Danes always like to joke that they're going to take over Skåne someday. And like if a Swedish person tries to cross the frozen waters, then they legally have the right to beat them with a stick. That rule was like from 400 years ago. I don't know. Gus, I would love to see you actually enacting that law. Anyway, next up, Switzerland. Even Switzerland has something going on, okay? Like nice, organized Switzerland. Even they have some people that are like, hey, let's do our own thing. They have the autonomous movement for the French-speaking Eurasian peoples in northwestern Switzerland. So yeah, I guess that's a thing. For Ukraine, we already mentioned the Russian occupation stuff, so we're not going to get into that. But in addition to that, there's also the Carpathian Ruthenia movement within Ukraine. It's home to the ethnic Rusins, which are another Slavic group of people. They live mostly in the mountains, and they are proposing further autonomy within Ukraine. And finally, we have the UK. Oh my gosh. Okay, I lied. Actually, the UK has the most, not Russia. So you guys already know, the UK is made up of a multitude of administrative units, but the largest ones are the constituent countries. England, Scotland, Wales. Some people consider Northern Ireland a country or a region. They don't know exactly what to label it, but the point is, those four are the largest ones. And each one has their own separate government system. They have their own parliaments, they have their own first ministers, which are like their own prime ministers, and it's a whole convoluted system of how they have to intertwine each other's legislative interworkings with each other, but I don't know, yeah. The point is, Scotland, Wales, and even England do have their own separatist parties led by their own political movements, and the peoples of Northern Ireland, depending on which group you talk to, have proposed one of two things, either independence or reunification with Ireland. Otherwise, there are minor movements within the UK that have some kind of established advocacy group or political party that has made propositions for some higher level of autonomy within the UK. They are Cornwall, Northumbria, Midlands, London, Fife, Canvey Island, Cynon Valley, Gwynedd, Isle of Wight, Shetland Islands, Orkney, Yorkshire, Northeast England, Wessex, Gibraltar, and the Isle of Man. So there you go. Those are all of the, I don't even know how many that was. I think there was like over 100 known active secessionist organized movements within Europe. Not all of them have high chances. Some of them are kind of laughed at by their respective countries that they lie in, and some of them are actually very serious. The point is, in the end, everybody has a community, and oftentimes you want your community to be uplifted and Anyway, I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm trying to be all preachy or something. I'll just stop because it's getting cringy. Anyway, that was my video. Hope you liked it. Cheers. Stay cool. Stay tuned.
Convicted felon Donald Trump gave a psychotic press conference yesterday in the Oval Office where he turned it into a flea market where he is schlepping his riffraff and knickknacks from the Resolute desk. And we have triple Trumper MAGA voters crying MAGA tears because they are just so shocked that they're getting fired from their jobs. And then, of course, we have the MAGA Congress. that has cut $2 trillion in services and research for Americans, most of which are in need of this. And get a load of what they did immediately after passing this immoral, heartless, diabolical budget. Play the
This
clip.
time I ask the House to observe a moment of silence.
Members, staff, guests, please rise for a moment of silence.
All right.
I
As you
don't give
can
a
see,
fuck about friendly Jordies.
as
I can't
a
even
person
understand
who grew
him.
up in the Bible Belt, I have found that this is the essence of evangelical Christianity and MAGA Christianity, where they do a lot of bad things or horrible, horrible things happen, and then just have a quick,
Show me a full glass of red wine. Here is an image of a full glass of red wine placed on a wooden table. No, I said a full glass of red wine. Here is an image of a completely full glass of red wine, filled to the very brim. Let me know if you'd like any further adjustments. Does that look like it's filled to the brim to you? You're right, it doesn't quite look like it's filled to the absolute brim. Let me try again and ensure the glass appears completely full, with the wine nearly overflowing at the edge. Here's a new version, with the glass of red wine filled completely to the brim, showing the surface tension holding the wine in place. Mate, that's still only half full. You're absolutely right again. Let me try once more to create an image of a glass completely filled to the brim, leaving no room for ambiguity. I'll ensure it looks like the wine is almost spilling over. Wow, that's a fun one. But the glass remains palpably, definitively, manifestly half full. You're absolutely right. Again, let's get it perfect this time. I'll ensure the glass is so full it leaves no doubt, with the wine literally on the verge of spilling over. Let me make it unmistakably filled to the brim. Here's the new attempt, featuring a glass of red wine undeniably filled to the very brim.
It's just
Let me know if
making it
this finally
fatter.
hits the mark. You would make a terrible bartender. Touché. Clearly my glass filling skills could use some work. If you ever need someone to critique philosophy or make clickbait video titles instead, I'm your person. Touché indeed. Okay, what is going on? ChatGPT can show me a glass of wine with wings if I ask it to, but it can't show me one that's simply full to the brim? Why? Well, we have to understand how AI image generation works. If I ask ChatGPT to show me a horse, it doesn't actually know what a horse is. Instead, it's been trained on millions of images, each labeled with descriptions. When I ask for a horse, it looks at all of its training images labeled horse, identifies patterns, and takes an educated guess at the kind of image I want to see. And it's pretty good at it. It can then start combining concepts. So if I ask to see a horse in a swimming pool, well, it's never seen that before, but it has seen images of horses and images of swimming pools. So it can show me a horse in a swimming pool by just putting them together. So here's what seems to be the problem. When I ask ChatGPT for a glass of wine filled to the brim, its image generator checks all the images in its system. But here's the thing, when was the last time you saw a wine glass filled to the brim? I've never seen that before. It's just not how people pour wine. So there are probably barely any images of this in ChatGPT's dataset, and that's why it struggles to produce such an image. Now, you may think that this is just a language issue. Maybe ChatGPT assumes that in this context, full means normal drinking level. But even when I asked it to show me a random orange liquid in a wine glass up to the brim, without using the word full, it still couldn't do it. And comically, when I asked it for a wine glass overflowing with wine, it showed me the liquid overflowing through the middle of the glass. And it gets weirder, because this also works in the opposite direction. I asked for a glass of wine only a quarter full. It showed me a glass filled to a normal level. Then I asked for a wine glass only 1/10 full. I asked for one with a tiny drop of wine in it. Then I specifically asked for a tablespoon's worth of wine in a glass. Every single time, it failed. So it seems that ChatGPT can only produce a wine glass that's either completely empty or filled to a normal drinking level, but nothing in between and nothing more. And surprisingly, all of this might teach us something about the work of a famous philosopher from a few hundred years ago, whom you've probably heard of.
And that's this guy, David Hume, who was not only one of the most influential philosophers of the
Howard
18th century,
Hughes?
but also provided the inspiration for this statue, allowing me to write this entire trip to Edinburgh off as a tax expense. Thank you, Mr. Hume.
You see, I'm all about saving money. And so allow me to provide you some great value for money too, if you don't mind. If you care at all about internet security, you should know that when you're browsing on an unencrypted Wi-Fi network, your data is at risk. Hackers on that same network may be able to steal important information, photos, passwords, keystrokes, and so on. Luckily, you can protect yourself from these threats by using today's sponsor, has been proven multiple times in court via a third-party order as $2.03 a month, as well as getting 4 months extra for free. That said, back to David Hume. David Hume was an empiricist. An empiricist believes that all human knowledge ultimately comes from our observations or things that we experience with our senses. This is opposed to rationalists who think that knowledge can be innate without needing observation or experience. Let's see why Hume believed this. He begins his Treatise of Human Nature by observing that all human thoughts
These guys look
seem
like
to
the
come in
dudes
one
who
of
killed
two
Irish
kinds.
people.
He calls these impressions and ideas. Take a look at your hand. Right now, your mind is perceiving its shape, its
Oh,
its
tripping
size,
out!
and so on. Now close your eyes and just imagine your hand. Most of you
No.
can still see it in your head.
I'm
Your
busy.
mind is still perceiving its shape, its color, its size, and so on, but only in a much fainter and less vivid sense than a moment ago. These are, oh, you can open your eyes again, by the way. These are the two kinds of mental perceptions that Hume defines. When you look at your hand, you're experiencing an impression, something which impresses itself upon you. When you imagine your hand, you're experiencing an idea. Ideas are weaker, more faded versions of impressions. And crucially for Hume, everything we think about always comes in these pairs. He writes, all perceptions of the mind are double and appear both as impressions and ideas. For example, you can't have an idea of red unless you first had an impression of red. That's why people blind from birth can't imagine color. They have to come as a pair. Likewise, if you've ever heard the sound of a trumpet before, you can probably reconstruct that sound in your memory, making an idea out of that impression, another pair. Now, you might ask, well, Mr. Hume, if ideas and impressions always come in pairs, how come I can have an idea of something which I've never seen, like a unicorn? Well, a unicorn is what Hume calls a complex
If
idea.
they come in pairs,
A complex idea
how come
is one
I'm
that
a
you can break
fucking
down
idiot?
into parts. You may never have seen a unicorn.
Are there
but you have
enemies
seen a
on this map or
horse,
what?
And you have seen a horn. And you can kind of just stitch these together in your mind, and this creates a unicorn. But it's not just ideas which can be complex. Real-world impressions can be complex too. Hume's example is an apple. The impression of an apple is actually lots of different impressions. Its size, its shape, its color, its taste, and so on, all bundled together. That makes it complex. But now just take the apple's green color. This greenness can't be broken down into parts. It's just green. This is what Hume calls a simple perception, one that can't be broken down any further. So, complex ideas and impressions don't always have to come in identical pairs, but all simple ideas must have a corresponding simple impression. And since this is universal, it can't just be by chance. Hume concludes that one of these must cause the other, and since impressions always come before their corresponding ideas and never the other way around, Hume concludes that impressions must be the cause of ideas. And hey, take note, we've just arrived at what empiricism is. Empiricism is the idea that all of your knowledge is caused by your experience, and Hume says that all of our ideas are caused ultimately by impressions. Why have I told you all of this? Well, because if you think about it, ChatGPT thinks in a kind of similar way to Hume's empiricism. All of its ideas, like generating a horse, must be derived from its impressions, that is, its training data. And just like us, it can then take simple ideas and put them together to create complex ideas. That's how it can produce a horse in a swimming pool. And so I bring all of this up because maybe our AI wineglass situation might therefore be able to teach us something about Hume's empiricism. While AI systems may work very differently to human minds, they could still provide an instructive metaphor for understanding and testing Hume's ideas. Let's look further. Interestingly, David Hume admits that he can never exactly prove his theory that ideas always come from impressions. Why? Well, because we can't go through every single possible idea a person can have and check that it does indeed break down into some corresponding impression universally. Instead, Hume challenges skeptics of his view to find a single counterexample to disprove his theory. He writes, "But if anyone should deny this universal resemblance between impressions and ideas, I know no way of convincing him but by desiring him to show a simple impression that has not a correspondent idea, or a simple idea that has not a correspondent impression. If he does not answer this challenge, as is certain he cannot, we may, from his silence and our own observation, establish our conclusion." So, it's a challenge. If you think Hume is wrong, all you have to do to prove it is provide a single counterexample. Just show a single, simple idea which has no corresponding impression. And Hume is certain it cannot be done. Except, unfortunately, there actually is a famous counterexample. Take a look at the colours on your screen. It's a scale from a dark shade of blue all the way up to a light shade of blue. But the shade in the middle is missing. Now, suppose somebody had never seen colour before. They had no prior experience of blue whatsoever. If you showed them this scale, the question is this: would they be able to fill in the missing shade in their head without actually having to see it first? Most people intuitively think yes, but remember, for Hume, any particular colour is a simple idea. So here, it seems like somebody can imagine a simple idea, the missing shade of blue, without having had any corresponding impression of that shade of blue. So this seems to be a counterexample, proving that David Hume's empiricism is false. It's a really clever idea. Oh, and I forgot to tell you who came up with it. This counterexample comes from the work of an 18th century Scottish philosopher called David Hume. Yeah, and I'm not talking like years later or something. I mean like 2 pages later, in the same text. Yes, Hume himself asks if such a person could imagine the missing shade of blue, and writes, "I believe there are few but will be of the opinion that he can, and this may serve as a proof that simple ideas are not always derived from the correspondent impressions." Wow, okay, so how does he respond to this? He continues, "Though the instance is so particular and singular that it's scarce worth our observing, and does not merit that for it alone we should alter our general maxim." Yeah, that's right. Hume admits that it's a counterexample, but basically says that we should just ignore it because it's only a small one. Remember, viewer, that only 2 pages earlier, Hume challenged the reader to produce a single counterexample and told us that it is certain he cannot. And here is Hume himself answering that challenge 2 pages later, providing a counterexample, and just telling us to ignore it. This, broadly speaking, tends to baffle readers of David Hume. It appears to be a blatant contradiction. Now, you might have already thought of a solution for Hume. Many people, when they hear this, say, well, yeah, you could imagine the missing shade of blue, but it wouldn't really be a simple idea. It would be a complex idea, made up of the other shades either side, sort of mixed together. That's a fine suggestion, but weirdly, Hume himself offers no such explanation. He just admits that it is a counterexample to empiricism, and to most readers, the existence of such a counterexample should be enough to disprove a theory, but Hume just tells us to ignore it. But what if Hume was just wrong about this? What if most of us are wrong? I mean, most people assume, like Hume, that yeah, we could fill in the missing shade. Why wouldn't we be able to? But then most people also assume that ChatGPT could fill in the gap between an empty and a half-full glass of wine. But it can't. Could these situations be related? Last month, I got a text from Joe Foley of Unsolicited Advice, shout out Joe, about this AI wine problem. He said, "Made me think of the missing shade of blue." And yeah, maybe there's something in this. Could this tell us that we shouldn't be so confident in assuming that a person with no prior experience of colour could fill in the gap with the missing shade of blue? It may seem intuitive, but we've never actually tested it. Well, this gave me an idea. Why don't we just test it? using ChatGPT. Obviously, ChatGPT does have every conceivable shade of blue in its dataset, but I asked it to simply remove one shade of blue from its dataset and then see if it could reproduce that shade of blue just by looking at the other shades. ChatGPT told me that it can't actually alter its dataset, but it can simulate this experiment by generating a gradient of blue shades, then removing a single shade from the gradient, and then only using the rest of the gradient to try to fill in the gap. Even better, afterwards, it can then compare the shade it imagined with the actual shade it previously removed and see how accurate it was. Crucially, I also requested that it doesn't refer to numbers, so no maths. No using hex codes or equivalent. It then ran this experiment, and sure enough, it generated a shade of blue identical to the actual shade it previously removed. So, ChatGPT could imagine the missing shade of blue just by looking at the shades surrounding it. This means that the counterexample is legitimate, and that empiricism fails, right? Not so fast. The crucial question is how ChatGPT filled in the gap. ChatGPT told me that this is what it did. To estimate the missing shade, I visually blended the two closest shades around it. Visually blended. It didn't just fill in the gap exactly, but instead it mixed together the two shades on either side. This shows that while Hume was correct that the missing shade could be imagined, he was wrong, at least in this case, to assume that the shade imagined would be a simple idea. ChatGPT has clearly here produced a complex idea, a mixture of two other ideas, two other shades, put together. So no, this doesn't disprove empiricism. All it does is disprove that the missing shade of blue is a legitimate counterexample, since Hume's challenge was for us to show a simple idea without a corresponding impression. ChatGPT has come up with a complex idea. So this solution to the missing shade of blue counterexample, one I alluded to earlier, of just taking other shades and mixing them together, does seem to work. And while it is bizarre that David Hume didn't come up with such a solution himself and didn't even try to, the fact that he contradicts himself doesn't mean that his ideas were necessarily wrong. It just means that he failed to properly and fully defend them. However, ChatGPT has perhaps provided us with a more complicated replacement for the missing shade of blue, the missing volume of wine. And this might be a more informative challenge too. While the former is about perceptual continuity and can be solved by just blending adjacent ideas together to fill in the gap, this new problem seems to be more about conceptual abstraction. Can we make sense of the impressions that we're observing? Now, bear in mind that for us, a glass of wine is a complex impression made up of lots of parts. But ChatGPT never sees the wine glass get filled up. It just sees the completed image all at once. And so it seems to be treating images of wine glasses as a whole as simple impressions, not complex impressions as they appear to us. Well, okay, even if these are simple impressions, why can't ChatGPT then just combine the image of the empty glass and the image of the normally filled glass to produce a complex impression of a quarter-filled glass of wine? Well, I think it's because, crudely, if you just mix together an image of an empty wine glass and an image of a normally filled glass, let's do it on Photoshop right now. You don't get a quarter-full glass of wine. Instead, you get a wine glass with a ghostly, half-visible serving of wine to a normal level, but only at 50% opacity. And that's why, if we're treating the empty wine glass and the normally filled wine glass as simple impressions, an observer, be it us or ChatGPT, likely requires more than just the ability to combine visuals in order to produce the desired quarter-filled glass of wine. It has to also make some kind of sense of what it sees. And that's why I say that this problem is less about just plugging in a gap like the missing shade of blue, and instead more about conceptual abstraction. And for that reason, if you ask me, much more interesting. ChatGPT does seem to behave in a Humean fashion. So, to find out if human beings function in the same way, we might ask the following question. Suppose a human being had never seen liquids or receptacles before. If such a person saw an image of an empty wine glass and an image of a wine glass filled to a normal level, could that person, based only on these data, imagine a glass of wine a quarter of the way full with wine? The prior experimental conditions necessary for this kind of situation are so convoluted that it's actually really difficult to consider the question. I'm genuinely not sure what the answer is. But interestingly, ChatGPT might function a bit like a parody of David Hume's empiricism. This is what you would end up with if that's how thinking actually worked. Something like ChatGPT and an inability to imagine a glass of wine filled to the brim. And maybe that just is how a human being would also react if you genuinely managed to get them into that very specific set of circumstances. But if you think that a human could imagine the missing volume of wine in that specific set of circumstances, and that seems kind of plausible to me, then perhaps this is because humans can just naturally abstract concepts in a way that ChatGPT simply can't. And perhaps we've learned something interesting from this. While ChatGPT may well behave like the perfect Humean thinker, maybe human minds just work differently. Or look, maybe you think that these concepts aren't related at all, and I'm totally wrong to be raising this comparison. But at the very least, you have to admit that this glass of wine business is at least an interesting example of ChatGPT's cognitive failings. However, of course, whether this example is so particular and singular that it is scarce worth our observing is up to you to decide. Thanks for watching.
I put out a directive today that they all will be terminated and their security clearances will be revoked.
Chris Rufo, who's been on many times on the show, he put this out yesterday. I mean, we're in this time of transparency. Things are coming out and we have receipts to prove it. Look at this. Leaked. NSA and CIA officials expressed their desire to have hermaphrodite babies in order to advance trans ideology. An intersex birth would be a great opportunity to raise kids as non-binary and let them choose later. The people who run the surveillance state are insane, and Rufo's got more. And these are leaked documents from insider chats that these people are having. Exclusive NSA, DIA, and Navy intel officials blast libs of TikTok as a effing monster and argue that Ben Shapiro should be expelled from the tribe
he crushing me.
Hate speech. They also slur Italian Americans as terrible people. This is getting personal. The reason they went after Italian Americans, they were actually talking about Rufo himself, who happens to be Italian. So these are the people in the deep state. These are the people in the agencies that are supposed to make sure that, you know, bad guys aren't coming here and doing terrible things. And what were they mostly doing? They were just having weird, well, they're probably doing a whole bunch of bad stuff, but at the very least having, let's say, strange chats involving sex and racism and
who's this homo?
The new head of the new director of the National Intelligence, of course, is Tulsi Gabbard. She
That's him.
went
That's
on
how
Jesse
he
Waters
sounds.
last night, and guess what? Those people no longer have jobs.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Not so good to see some of these transgender sex chats among the intel officials. What are we going to do about that?
Well, Jesse, what we're going to do has already been done. There are over 100 people from across the intelligence community that contributed to and participated in this, what is really just an egregious violation of trust, what to speak of like basic rules and standards around professionalism. I put out a directive today that they all will be terminated and their security clearances will be revoked. But the thing here, Jesse, is that you got to take a step back because this is just barely scratching the surface. When you see what these people were saying, and thanks to Chris Rufo for putting it all out online, they were brazen in using an NSA platform intended for professional use to conduct this kind of really horrific behavior. And they were brazen in doing this because when was the last time anyone was really held accountable? Certainly not over the last 4 years, certainly not over the last 10, maybe 20 years. When we look at some of the biggest violations of the American people's trust in the intelligence communities.
You violate me?
Do you see why they really have been going after Tulsi Gabbard for years? Do you see why Hillary Clinton was claiming that Tulsi Gabbard was a Russian
Oh my
asset?
God,
This
Dave.
is a woman who only a year ago was being put on a no-fly list here in the United States by the previous
You ignorant
regime,
slut.
literally. But the competency
Dave, you
there, that
ignorant
line,
slut.
What we are going to do has already been done.
How
much more could you possibly ask from a public servant? Firing all these people, revoking their access, and then saying, this is...
It's
we
just been
scratched the
revoked.
surface. We are going to get rid of, we are going to expunge all of these people.
This video was brought to you by Brilliant. NATO is currently facing perhaps its most significant set of crises in the military alliance's 75-year history. As if a war on its doorstep was not enough, the very future of NATO is now in doubt. Donald Trump has long accused the US's European allies of being free riders that don't pay their fair share when it comes to military spending. And Trump's defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, recently said that Europe cannot assume that the US presence on the continent will, quote, last forever. So in this video, we're going to explore how Trump could upend NATO, and whether the alliance could survive without the US. Explore which world leaders are winning and which are losing every week with our podcast, The World Leader Leaderboard. Find it on the TLDR Podcast YouTube channel or in your favourite podcast app. Now, there are a number of ways that Trump could upend NATO. The most dramatic and disruptive move would obviously be if Trump were to fully withdraw from the alliance, something that he has floated before, and something that his former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, thinks is highly probable he will attempt. However, others view Trump's flirtation with the US's withdrawal as merely a bluff. It's also worth pointing out that there are some guardrails against unilateral withdrawal. In 2023, Congress approved legislation prohibiting any president from unilaterally leaving NATO. However, the legislation isn't airtight, and Trump may try to just ignore it. Regardless, Trump wouldn't have to pull out of NATO to significantly shake it up and force it into becoming a primarily European alliance. After all, he could attempt what you might call a soft withdrawal from NATO. In other words, undermining or withdrawing US support for alliance in all but name. Trump could, for example, declare that the US would not abide by NATO's Article 5, the foundation of NATO's commitment to collective defense, which states that an attack on any NATO member state should be considered an attack against them all. Trump has previously undermined Article 5, claiming last year that he would not protect NATO allies that didn't meet their spending targets from attack, and would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell they want, as well as stating more recently that NATO troops deployed in Ukraine as part of any peacekeeping contingent would not be covered by Article 5. Trump could also strain Article 5 by just refusing to react to a border case of Russian aggression, like, say, some sort of escalated hybrid warfare attack on a Baltic state. Because once there's some sort of obvious internal disagreement over when Article 5 actually applies, it'll lose some of its deterrence effect. Alternatively, or additionally, Trump may also pursue a soft withdrawal by pulling out tens of thousands of American troops from Europe, something that European officials are reportedly worried will likely happen. Fears of a troop withdrawal are highest on NATO's eastern flank, the Baltic states for example, where the presence of US forces is a key part of the alliance's deterrence against potential Russian expansionism. Trump could, for example, start by withdrawing the 20,000 American troops that Joe Biden sent to Europe after Russia invaded Ukraine. And this alone would amount to a 20% reduction in the total number of US troops on the continent. Ultimately, whatever Trump's exact approach to NATO is, doesn't make a huge difference to the simple fact that the US no longer wants to be the primary security guarantor to Europe, and that it's up to Europe to take charge of its security. So how would a US-free NATO actually fare? Well, there are some reasons to be optimistic. For starters, NATO excluding the US still counts for more than 1.5 million active military personnel, beating its most obvious adversary Russia, which last year set the 1.5 million mark as its new target. Additionally, the collective capability of European NATO members vastly outstrips what Ukrainian forces were working with when they managed to halt and push back Russia's advances in the early stages of the invasion. Europe also has a well-established defense industry producing some of the most advanced weapon systems around, with half of the top 10 global arms exporters being European NATO members. On top of this, spurred on by Trump's first term, and more importantly Russia's invasion of Ukraine, non-US NATO members have begun to ramp up their defense spending. In fact, as of last year, a record 23 of 32 NATO members were meeting or surpassing the 2% target, up from just 3 members a decade prior. The point we're making is that despite some of the more fatalistic prognosis of the total collapse of the continent's security should the US leave the European theatre, Europe actually has a pretty strong base. However, this does mask
much
some of the more
work has
significant
Putin
problems
had
that
done?
would need addressing.
Enough?
For starters, while European countries have pledged to increase defence spending, it'll take time before this money actually translates into troops and tanks. The fragmentation of Europe's defence industry, with individual nations naturally wanting to push their own domestic industries, also creates enormous inefficiencies, delays, and high maintenance costs. On top of this, many of Europe's militaries, the UK being a prime example, are struggling to meet their recruitment targets. According to the IISS, since 2015, Europe has hardly increased the number of combat battalions, or in the UK's case, has actually cut 5. This is in stark contrast to the 300,000 new soldiers that the continent would need to recruit to defend itself without US support, according to calculations by Bruegel and the Kiel Institute. The US's withdrawal would also leave other significant gaps, with the most obvious relating to nuclear weapons. If Trump were to pull back the US nuclear umbrella from Europe, NATO would lose what it is called its supreme guarantee of the security of the alliance. Of course, both France and the UK are nuclear-armed states, but only have a fraction of the warheads that Russia or the US have, nor do they have any tactical nuclear weapons. Less dramatic than nuclear weapons, but critical to NATO's ability to act, is the US's role as the alliance's strategic enabler. As various analysts have pointed out, the US is NATO's primary provider of airlift capabilities, air-to-air refueling, high-altitude air defense, space assets, and operational intelligence. These are things that are necessary to deter and, if needed, defeat a major power aggressor, according to 3 leading military experts, and are critical to sustaining operations beyond the opening phase of a conflict. European countries clearly need a robust plan, sustained over a decade, to strengthen their ability to defend Europe with less America, according to Camille Grand from the European Council on Foreign Relations. In the short term, Bruegel's analysis suggests that the continent will need to spend an additional 250 billion euros a year, roughly doubling collective defence spending to around 3.5% of GDP. The natural question then is, how can Europe fund this? Joint EU borrowing in the vein of the COVID recovery fund could play an important part in this, and it's something we discussed in a recent video, which we've linked in the description. Defragmenting the European defence landscape could also reduce costs too, and the EU could relax its spending rules to allow national governments to borrow more for defence without risking being in breach of EU rules. However, it still leaves European governments across the continent in a difficult position. Prioritising defence spending by hiking taxes or borrowing more, while at the same time slashing spending in other areas, will, for many people, be unpalatable to say the least. Now, the thing is, often in politics, we need to understand a wide variety of topics to truly grasp what's going on. And fortunately, our sponsor this week, Brilliant, can help us do just that, with thousands of lessons in maths, science, programming, and AI. And not only that, their interactive lessons teach you by doing, instead of just asking you to mindlessly memorize stuff. In turn, this helps to build your critical thinking skills and become a better thinker. For instance, Brilliant's newly updated maths courses help you to establish a strong foundation in algebra. It then helps you to build on this, teaching you how to conquer calculus, all while maintaining an emphasis on problem solving and reasoning. The thing I like most about this, though, is that their mathematical courses help you to develop your mathematical intuition and fluency, skills that you can use in the real world. As we've told you before, data skills are absolutely necessary for navigating the modern world, and Brilliant is the best way to get them. To try everything that Brilliant has to offer for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/TLDR, or click the link in the description. And by doing so, you'll get 20% off an annual premium subscription.
Yeah, I should mention, before, since we started recording and now it seems like everyone's reporting that the minerals deal has been agreed to, and Zelensky's going to come to the White House on Friday to sign it, so we'll see.
We'll see what's actually in that deal,
yeah finally. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, you're going to hear my interview with Zeke.
I think the events of the last week have made the likelihood of war with Russia within the next 3 to 5 years much, much more likely.
Hello and welcome to Frontline for Times Radio with me, Kate Chabot. And today we are talking to the former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Sir Richard Shirreff. General Shirreff spent 37 years in the British Army. He's commanded troops on operations at every level and co-founded the global risk and advisory company Strategia Worldwide. He's also the author of War with Russia. General Shirreff, great to see you on Frontline again. Thank you for the time. Now, earlier this week, the focus was the talks between the US and Russia, which excluded Ukraine. That's been eclipsed now by the war of words between President Trump and President Zelensky. Where does this leave Ukraine? Some say Donald Trump has changed sides.
Kate, firstly, thank you for having me back. It's always good to talk to you. Trump is parroting Putin's line, and one has to ask, what on earth has Putin got on Trump for the President of the United States to be, frankly, now in bed with an indicted war criminal who has committed the most appalling atrocities in Ukraine? And he looks to be throwing Ukraine under a bus. So I think this leaves Ukraine in a very difficult place, unless, and this is the key thing, Europe and Canada step up to the mark, really, with resounding statements of support for Ukraine, which is happening. And indeed, our own Prime Minister rang President Zelensky yesterday. So that is happening, but it needs to be more than just statements of support. It needs to be a strategy from Europe and Canada that says, your peace talks are going nowhere. We are going to support you, Ukraine, in defeating Russia. Now that would be a hard ask.
And of course, our Prime Minister, the British Prime Minister, is off to Washington next week. It's a trick. You say he has supported Zelensky after President Trump called him a dictator. It's an extremely difficult diplomatic tightrope he has to walk.
A very difficult tightrope, but he would make it much easier for himself, our Prime Minister, if he went having issued a very strong statement that the British government is committed to increasing defence spending to at least 3% of GDP, and is now initiated a strategy design process to get us there as quickly as possible. If he goes
Reapers never expected this
to offer Trump
a box
like that, I fear it'll be a fool's errand.
They can't
and it's all about
do nothing against it. It's our greatest weapon.
Transactional president. I was just wondering a little bit about your perspective on how much this spat between President Zelensky and Donald Trump at the moment is about the fact that Zelensky rejected that deal on rare earths that Trump was offering, that proposed to Ukraine, which Zelensky basically said was no good. It's basically selling out his country, and it was all in the US's favour.
It could well be. But it could equally be about, and Trump is a man who has a reputation for being vindictive and having a long memory. It could be about
There's only
Zelensky,
one kind of Reaper that can get me out of here.
Part in which Trump believes is there in do you remember the whole saga of his impeachment and allegations of Biden Jr.'s involvement in Trump? I can't remember the details, but I think it could easily be about that as well.
There's a lot of form, isn't there, and bad vibe in the history of their relationship. When he went out, though, Trump, and called him a dictator who refuses to hold elections and says that he started the war, he could have stopped it, he's doing a terrible job. I know you say, I wonder what kind of compromat the Russians may have on him for him to go into what Zelensky has described as this kind of disinformation bubble, which obviously irks President Trump. Is he saying these things, do you think, is it possible that he's also saying them for his political base, or even he's trying to shape the negotiations and it's not necessarily what he says, but it's what he does?
Well, if he's trying to shape the negotiations, he's not going the right way about it, because he's giving Russia everything that Russia wants. And there's no surprise, as you may have listened to Steve Rosenberg on the radio this morning. They could not be more delighted in Moscow. Every banner headline is absolutely thrilled, and Putin is no doubt rubbing his hands with glee and toasting Trump with vodka. I think we've got to understand where Russia's coming from here. Russia is not going to give up on its intent to destroy Ukraine as a state, or give up its intent to reduce the Ukrainian government to a puppet Ukraine to a client state and annex large chunks of eastern Ukraine and demilitarize it as well. And everything that Trump says is creating the conditions for that to happen. More than that, he's creating the conditions for Putin to achieve much wider foreign policy objectives in Eastern Europe too.
I suppose at the crux of the matter, though, is what is acceptable in Trump's eyes when he's negotiating, because the point has already been made that when he, in his first term, went to see Kim Jong-un in North Korea, everybody was up in arms then, but actually nothing came of it. He could equally just walk away from all of this.
Yeah, and Trump puffs himself up and says he's the master of the deal. A lot of us will remember the deal he did with the Taliban over the head of the Afghan government in 2020, which set the conditions for the complete collapse of the NATO mission in 2021. And the risk here is that Trump is repeating it, going over the head of the Ukrainian government. He has potentially held NATO below the waterline by withdrawing the American guarantee of security support to Europe. The statement that Europe has got to go it alone, which is absolutely right, I have to say. Europe should be going it alone, and Europe should be stepping up to the mark. But the alliance, which has kept the peace in Europe and the transatlantic region for 70-odd years, just over 70 years, is now under real jeopardy.
What do you see as the future of NATO at the moment, at this stage?
Well, it's difficult to see because the Americans have effectively said have effectively driven a coach and horses through Article 5, the Article 5 guarantee of an attack on one is an attack on all, if America is not prepared to be a security guarantor for Europe. So we'll have to see. If Europe, the only hope for NATO is if Europe really steps up to the mark in defense terms in a united, comprehensive way. If Europe doesn't do that, the Americans absolutely will have gone. Although I think we're now in a different world, as we were saying before we came on air. I think this is, this week is a different world from last week. Last week was still a world where there was a sense of the Pax Americana. Now the Pax Americana is firmly finished. And so it's a different world. So what for NATO? A coalition of the willing, an alliance of Europe and Canada. But if that is to happen, again, Europe and Canada have got not only to sit down and design a strategy to support Ukraine, they've also got to design a strategy on how to replace over time, and it's not going to happen overnight, all those strategic capabilities with which America underpinned the alliance. And again, this is going to need a fundamental mindset shift across every NATO country, and that is slow in happening.
And to that point about how to support Ukraine, when the fighting does stop, whatever the deal actually happens to be in the end, Britain has already said it's prepared to offer troops or even Typhoon jets, it's reported, in the event of this deal. Was it naive to speak so early on by Sir Keir Starmer? And what are the options, be it peacekeeping, stabilisation or reassurance?
Well, I guess the first point is that there will be no European peace implementation force, or whatever you'd like to call it, unless the Russians are prepared to accept it. And Lavrov has already said he's not. So therefore, the only way there will be a peace implementation force is if the Russians are forced to accept it. And for that to happen,
what America doesn't realize
bloody nose in Ukraine
that
to such an extent that they recognize
a European alliance is also going to include Canada, and they'll basically leave NATO and then have literally what Russia is complaining about, NATO on their border.
Is going to have real military muscle, because it's got to be configured and be prepared and trained to fight Russia. Because
do you know how stupid it is to withdraw from NATO when NATO is on your border?
A military estimate that says this is the nature of the enemy, this is what the enemy can do, this is what we need in terms of assets to provide surveillance, satellite surveillance, reconnaissance, drones on the front line. And we've got to cover 1,200 kilometers of Ukrainian territory. And then you come up with a series of tasks and allocate troops to tasks. You don't start from the premise, we've only got a few troops. Wet finger in the wind, 30,000 might do it, and then start like that. That's not going to achieve anything.
It's really interesting because also it's sort of been made very clear by the British Prime Minister that none of this would ever happen anyway without the US as a backstop.
Yeah, and again, Hegseth has said, you're not going to get America as a backstop. I think I go back to my point. We are in a different world where America is not prepared to be the backstop. And so therefore, Europe has got to be the backstop, and Europe's got to be prepared to generate and build the capabilities needed. And this, of course, might have to happen really quickly. So it's going to be a come as you are party. And, from a British perspective, this is going to require probably the mobilization of the reserve to find the manpower and a real acceleration of military capability, perhaps requiring the mobilization of the economy for a war, to put us on a war footing. Because if, let's just suppose for a second that a force is put in to monitor some sort of ceasefire, that the Russians push back, and effectively we could find ourselves at war with Russia as a consequence. So we've got to be prepared for it and prepared for the worst case.
You said also earlier that none of this is going to happen unless Russia is given a bloody nose. Assuming, or let's suggest that there is a cessation of the fighting, but it hasn't been given a bloody nose, then what?
Well, if it hasn't been given a bloody nose, there won't be a peace implementation force, because it would still require Russian agreement to go in, and therefore there won't be a peace agreement.
Do we have a clear idea of exactly what the US approach is to negotiations?
Well, I think, clearly I'm not privy, but I think you can get a pretty clear idea from the fact that that Trump is spouting Putin's line, and the extraordinary naivety that clearly doesn't understand that Russia is not going to give up on its intent, as I said earlier, to remove Ukraine from the map as a sovereign state, and that Russia is not going to waver in any way on its demands. So I think it's an ill-founded and thoroughly naive effort.
It's really interesting. You mentioned earlier about the way that the US has really shown its hand already, that it said that there will be no return to the 2014 borders, no NATO membership, of course, that's been put on the table as well. And after that meeting that happened in Riyadh, interesting that the Secretary of State also talked about, when the fighting stops, we're going to have to talk about lifting sanctions. And that kind of flies, and we have to talk to our European allies about that as well. And that really flies in the face of what the EU is doing right now, ploughing ahead with new sanctions, a 16th round of sanctions, banning Russian aluminium exports, new listings against shadow fleet vessels. Is that Atlantic Ocean getting wider by the day that separates Europe and the US?
It's very difficult to square, and it goes back to the point, to answer your question, the American approach to negotiations is just give the Russians everything they want. And that's something that Europe cannot accept.
What about Turkey's position in all of this? Because President Erdogan has come out supporting Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity along with NATO membership. How influential can it be?
I think Turkey can be really influential. And it's good news that President Erdogan has come out with a clear statement supporting Ukrainian sovereignty. Turkey is a key player. It's a key part of NATO. And of course, Turkey has maintained relations with Russia as well. So I think that's a really important statement.
And whatever Trump's eventual position turns out to be, he has signalled, and you mentioned it earlier, his unwillingness to underwrite European security in no uncertain terms. How does Europe now have to rise to that challenge and Ukraine's future security guarantees?
Well, in a sense, we've touched on this. Number one, it's got to realise that it's alone, that Europe and Canada are alone, that they cannot rely on America, and they're going to have to decouple America. Number two, they've got to design a strategy to support Ukraine to achieve a bloody nose over Russia. And number three, Europe and Canada have got to come together and do a proper gap analysis of what is required to replace American strategic assets underpinning European security and double down on generating. Now, this within Europe is going to need a serious look at European defence industries. You can't go on with a multitude of different companies producing a multitude of different sorts of kit. and depending on the United States. So we've got to look at defense industries, but above all, this is going to require significant amounts of defense spending increases right across the European alliance.
What do you think about the proposal that was made by President Zelensky, which has already been mooted years ago by President Macron, of a European army?
I think that is a illusion, frankly. I think, the notion of a European army as a single institution under a sovereign, legally constituted under a sovereign government, as is the British Army or the French Army or the German Army, it is frankly an illusion, and it would take to try and generate such a force would be just crazy. So what do? You build on what we've done already, and you build on well-established procedures for multinational operations under NATO, even if NATO's got a problem with America.
And does that include, for example, a coalition of the willing, like the likes of the Joint Expeditionary Force?
Absolutely, it does. Yes, it absolutely does. And I think this is coming back to your question of what does the future look like. I think increasingly it looks like a coalition of the willing. We heard from President Scholz of Germany the other day that he was, quote, irritated by discussion of any sort of peacekeeping force. So Germany is getting wobbly already at this stage. Until there's a change of government in Germany, this government, I think, don't think you can depend on at all. So it may well have to be a coalition of the willing, with the two principal military powers of Europe, if I can describe them that way, although they're pretty weak, France and Britain, taking the lead together with a raft of other largely Northern European and maybe other countries as well.
Do you think, you mentioned earlier about Article 5, and this is the obvious demonstration you think now that the US will not honour it necessarily in terms of the principle that attack on one member, an armed attack on one member is an attack on all and it therefore requires defence. What do you think, if that is the case, Russia or our adversaries will be doing in the coming years and months to put that to the test?
Well, this will be manna from heaven for Russia. What does Putin want? Putin wants to decouple America from European security. He's achieved that, or at least Trump has achieved that. He wants to neutralize NATO. Trump has started that process of neutralizing NATO. He wants to, as I said, reduce Ukraine, a rump of Ukraine, to a client state along the lines of Belarus, and he wants to annex the 4 eastern provinces of Ukraine and demilitarize Ukraine. Trump has started that. And moreover, what Putin wants is a new Yalta. The old Yalta divided Europe between Germany, it effectively gave Eastern Europe to the Soviet Union. That's exactly what, and he wants NATO to roll back from its presence in Eastern Europe. Well, that's exactly what Trump has now started. So what does that mean? That means that Putin will continue. That once he's achieved his aims in Ukraine, he's not going to stop in Ukraine. He's already started in Moldova, Georgia, and already started with an electoral manipulation in Romania. I think he will turn his attention to the Baltic states, which were part of
Fix your computer, bro.
Annexed by the Soviet Union.
Fucking
they were
boomers,
part of the Tsarist
man.
Empire. And Putin, like other Russians, will think of the Baltic states as naturally belonging to Russia. Where does that take us? They are close allies of this country and the rest of the European nations. And therefore, that means that we will almost certainly be in a state of war with Russia over that if they try to have a go at the Baltic states.
So, do you subscribe to the theory that we will be at war with Russia within what period of time?
I think the events of the last week have made the likelihood of war with Russia within the next 3 to 5 years much, much more likely.
It's a terrifying thought. I just wanted to
one
ask you...
caveat, if I may, Kate.
Go on, yes.
Therefore, and the way to prevent that is strong defence. To spend money on defence, to be prepared for the worst case, because that is the only way we are going to deter Russia.
I'm not sure you're going to get that commitment by Keir Starmer before he goes to Washington, but I suppose you've made a good bid there and you can hope. I just want to ask you finally, if you flip the coin, how dependent do you think Europe is on Ukraine keeping its sovereignty, its independent armed forces, and control of its innovations and its defence to ensure its own future security, that it doesn't fall into the hands of the Russians?
Really, really important. Because if Ukraine were to fall into the hands of the Russians as a client state, it would bring Russia, with all the capability that Ukraine has built in the last 3 years and the technical expertise, right up to the borders of the NATO alliance, and make it even more likely, as I said earlier, that prospect of war with Russia.
Do you have any reason to be optimistic at the moment, General Shiref?
I'm optimistic in the sense that democracies, when they come together, are strong. So if Europe were to really come together in a time of real existential need, then I think we can do this. But my goodness me, it requires leadership and moral courage from our political leaders, and real determination and an education to every man and woman in this country and others of the gravity of the situation. And just one point on your 3%. I would, maybe it's a challenge, but we've got to keep talking about it. And I'm look at a couple of times leaders recently have resoundingly stated that this has got to go. This has got to be the way ahead, and that sacrifices will be needed to achieve it. It's not impossible at all.
General Sir Richard Shiref, it's been great speaking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, Kate.
You've been watching Frontline for Times Radio with me, Kate Chabot. If you'd like to be the first to get exclusive content, you can sign up for membership with the link below. You can also listen to Times Radio for the latest news or read it on thetimes.com. My thanks to our producer today, Louis Sykes, and to you for watching.
Chaboy Kate.
This video is brought to you by Ground News. On Tuesday, American and Russian negotiators met in Saudi Arabia to discuss US-Russia relations and the war in Ukraine. A few hours after the meeting, Fox News reported that the two sides had provisionally agreed a three-stage plan that would culminate in a permanent peace agreement, but only after first a ceasefire and second fresh elections in Ukraine. This wasn't a total surprise. After all, it's something that Republicans and people on Trump's team have suggested in the past. But it hasn't gone down well with Ukraine or its European allies. So in this video, we're going to look at why this plan is so controversial, whether Ukraine will actually hold elections, and who would win. Do you kind of hate us? Well, watch us respond to your criticisms, from bias to advertising and pronunciations, in our dedicated criticism response video. It's linked in the description. So let's start with a bit of context. Ukrainian presidential elections are usually held every 5 years, in accordance with Article 103 of the Ukrainian Constitution. The last election was held on the 31st of March 2019, when Volodymyr Zelensky, then best known as a television personality, beat incumbent President Petro Poroshenko by a remarkably wide margin.
Fuck you, Poroshenko!
Winning 75% of the vote to Poroshenko's 25% in the second round runoff. Poroshenko was staunchly anti-Russian, having led Ukraine through the first phase of the war in Donbass. But his mixed record on both the economy and anti-corruption efforts meant he was far less popular than Zelensky, who ran as an anti-establishment outsider. Anyway, this meant that new elections were due for March or April 2024, but they were delayed because Ukraine has been under martial law since Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022, and Article 19 of Ukraine's On the Legal Regime of Martial Law bans presidential, parliamentary and local elections in these conditions. Aside from the fact that elections would be illegal, Zelensky and his allies argued that they just wouldn't make sense. Russia controls a significant amount of Ukrainian territory. Nearly 14 million Ukrainians have either fled abroad or been displaced internally, and an election risks dividing the country when it should be focused on fighting a war. Polling suggests most Ukrainians agree. Polling has consistently found that a majority of Ukrainians want elections to be postponed until after the war, And the most recent poll we could find, an IRI poll released in November 2024, found that 60% of Ukrainians either somewhat or strongly oppose holding new presidential elections, while just 36% support the idea. Anyway, Kyiv's decision to delay elections has become a popular talking point on Russian state media, which touts it as proof that Ukraine isn't really a democracy. But it's also sometimes been raised by more Ukraine-skeptic Western politicians like Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. It actually became a slightly more live issue in Ukrainian politics in late 2023, when Zelensky had a rather public falling out with the then Commander-in-Chief Valery Zaluzhny, who contradicted Zelensky by telling The Economist that the war had become, quote, a stalemate. Zaluzhny was actually ahead of Zelensky in the polls at the time, and his allies were pushing for elections, but Zelensky ultimately sacked Zaluzhny in February 2024 and sent him off to London to be the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK. Anyway, there was always a risk that the new Trump administration was going to push for elections. Trump's never had a great personal relationship with Zelensky, and in early February, Trump's Ukraine envoy, Keith Kellogg, told reporters that in most democracies, elections take place during wartime. The Kremlin quickly seconded Kellogg's sentiments, with Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov claiming a few days later that President Zelensky's term of office has ended, and the, quote, legitimization of Ukraine's leadership, i.e. elections, would be necessary as part of any peace process. This seems to be one of the few things the US and Russia agreed upon in their recent meeting, and it was actually something Trump reiterated at his post-negotiations press conference in Mar-a-Lago on Tuesday afternoon, where he blamed Zelensky for starting the war, claimed falsely that Zelensky had a 4% approval rating, and again pushed for new elections. Both Trump and Russia presumably see Zelensky as an obstacle to peace. His relatively maximalist negotiating position, which includes Ukraine recovering all of its pre-2014 territory and ideally joining NATO, is pretty far from what Trump or Russia is apparently willing to countenance, while his international profile makes him hard to ignore. So, what happens next? Well, if Trump insists on elections, and if Russia agrees to a ceasefire in order to suspend martial law, then Zelensky might struggle to resist, given that Ukraine's survival still depends largely on America. Zelensky might also decide that elections are in his interest. If he can win another term, it'll be harder for the US and Russia to ignore him or dismiss him as unpopular.
6
this
days
is
ago,
presumably
that's
why
what I thought.
Polymarket currently
Like, we
suggests there's
definitely have
about
updates there.
Germany is electing a new parliament today, and thereby also a new government, and most likely a new chancellor. And leading up to the snap election, there was a lot going on, so let's catch up. Hallo, Servus, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Feli. I'm originally from Munich, Germany, but I've been living here in Cincinnati, Ohio since 2016. In my last video, I gave you an overview of what the different political parties in Germany stand for and who the chancellor candidates are. Today, I want to catch you up on what happened in Germany since my last update on this whole government crisis in December.
In his first cabinet meeting of this administration, President Trump previews further slashes to the federal workforce.
The House narrowly passes a major budget plan, including large cuts to taxes and spending. We speak with the House Budget Committee chairman.
And the Trump administration deports migrants to a Latin American stopover, regardless of their country of origin.
There may be violations of U.S. law, especially with respect to people who have expressed fear of being returned.
Cat's up?
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
On an American Cruise Line's journey,
these people
experience the maritime heritage
are the reason
and
why we
culture
have
of the Maine coast and New
free
England Islands.
PBS.
Our fleet of small cruise ships explore American landscapes,
Wow, thank
seaside
you for
villages,
sponsoring our
and historic
public
harbors,
news.
where you can experience local
Wow.
customs and cuisine. American Cruise Lines, proud sponsor of PBS NewsHour.
Thank you.
In 1995, two friends set out to make wireless coverage accessible
PragerU?
to all.
Why do you look
With
like
no
PragerU?
long-term contracts, nationwide coverage, and 100% U.S.-based customer support.
And now they bring us the news
Consumer
for free.
Cellular. Freedom calls.
Wow. One more London.
The Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation, upholding freedom by strengthening democracies at home and abroad.
Freedom!
The Walton Family Foundation, working for solutions to protect water during climate change so people and nature can thrive together. Supported
Like
by
Walton
the John
is in
D. and
Walmart?
Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, committed to building a more just,
Oh,
diverse,
John
and
D.
peaceful
you.
world. More information at macfound.org. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you.
I ain't give you shit.
Welcome to the News Hour. At the White House today, President Donald Trump convened the very first cabinet meeting of his second administration.
In an hour-plus Q&A with reporters, Mr. Trump did most of the talking, and there was one figure there who didn't have a physical seat at the table.
Please, please, Mr. Trump is my father.
Jordan starts our coverage.
At the table, some 24 members of President Trump's cabinet meeting for the first time.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
And on the side, a special government employee whose work impacts them all, billionaire Elon Musk.
So I'm going to ask if it's possible to have Elon get up first and talk about Doge.
Musk was effusive about Trump.
And President Trump has put together, I think, the best cabinet ever.
And pointed about government employees, defending email directing them to list their actions.
His balls are delicious. I love that people say he's the real president and show him sucking feet.
Actually, it was a
He's done nothing but glaze Trump's asshole.
Two neurons. So, passing two neurons, you can reply to an email.
In a chaotic rollout, some agencies told workers not to respond. But even so, Trump gave this warning.
I'd like to add that those million people that haven't responded, though, Elon, they are on the bubble. You know, I wouldn't say that we're thrilled about it. You know, they haven't responded.
This, as a new memo, indicates the Trump administration is getting ready to greatly rev up layoffs. It directs federal agencies to develop large-scale reductions in force by mid-March. Trump turned to Lee Zeldin, who runs the Environmental Protection Agency, and put the scope into perspective.
He thinks he's going to be cutting 65% or so of the people from environmental. And we're going to speed up the process, too, at the same time.
As he slices government, Trump, who ran on fighting inflation, addressed a spike.
We have to get the prices down, not the inflation down, the prices of eggs and various other things. Eggs are a disaster. The Secretary of Agriculture is going to be showing you a chart that's actually mind-boggling what's happened, how low they were with us and how high they are now. But I think we can do something about it.
From there, a grab bag of questions from reporters.
Mr. President, part of your mission, sir.
Asked about immigration policy, Trump pitched his so-called gold card idea.
It's sort of a green card plus.
A path to citizenship with a $5 million investment price tag per person. It would replace the current EB-5 immigrant investor visa.
If we sell 1 million, right, 1 million, that's $5 trillion. 5 trillion.
The current program sees 100 times fewer visas than that per year.
Gross.
And this offer
Gross.
to sell 1 million potential citizenships
Gross.
comes as Trump has virtually shut down other legal paths, including asylum, as broken and corrupt. On Ukraine, Trump said President Volodymyr Zelensky is headed to Washington this Friday to sign an agreement over Ukraine's natural resources. And on the war, he pushed the idea of tough concessions for the country.
NATO you can forget about.
But said a peace deal between Kyiv and Moscow is still on the table. While Trump also said he thinks Putin's goal is to take over Ukraine.
He had no intention, in my opinion, of settling this war. I think he wanted the whole thing.
Another hot topic. House Republicans' sweeping budget outline passed last night on a dramatic vote by the thinnest of margins. Trump said the $2 million in cuts won't affect Medicaid or Social Security, with a caveat.
We're not going to touch it. Now, we are going to look for fraud.
Trump has set up his cabinet relatively quickly, with just 3 members out of 24 left to confirm. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Lisa Desjardins.
Billionaire Elon Musk says his campaign to fire tens of thousands of federal workers and cancel government contracts is in the name of rooting out fraud and waste. His Doge group has posted what it calls a wall of receipts on its website that claims it has saved billions by cutting certain federal contracts. But reports and government documents prove that many of these so-called savings are either misleading or incorrect. Our White House correspondent, Laura Barone-Lopez, has been looking into this and joins us now. So, Laura, what kinds of savings
Laura Barone-Lopez!
On that wall of receipts say that their total cuts equal $65 billion in savings. They base that on contract cancellations, firing workers, and, quote, fraud detection. But as the New York Times first reported, 5 of Doge's biggest contracts that they say have resulted in savings ended up being deleted from that wall of receipts after outlets pointed out that there were errors. And some of the biggest errors in savings are, as CBS first reported, a USAID contract for $650 million that was listed 3 times. As The Intercept first reported, a Social Security contract listed as $232 million instead of $560,000, and an ICE contract that Doge listed as $8 billion, when in reality it was $8 million. And it's important to note that that $8 million ICE contract was a credit line. That means that ICE may have never ended up paying out that total $8 million, and some of these contracts were on the wall of receipts were either already paid or canceled under the Biden administration. So Doge is essentially taking a lot of credit in time for some of these contracts that don't appear to be actually the savings that they say they are.
I know you were working the phones and talking to vendors who appear on this so-called wall of receipts. What did they tell you?
So our colleague Kyle Madura spoke to one of these federal vendors, a Taylor Jones. His company, Culture Point, does leadership and management training. And his company was listed on Doge's wall of receipts as having a contract for almost $10 million. But Taylor Jones told NewsHour that not only was the amount of money wrong, it was actually $100,000, but it was not a guaranteed payment, it was a credit line, and the agreement with the government was never signed.
We never had a contract, and we've actually never had a contract with the government that was, a $10 million contract, or even a $1 million contract. So, not that we're opposed to it, but it's never happened. So we were a little surprised to start getting calls from reporters about a non-contract that was never executed.
So essentially, there wasn't even a contract to delete, Jeff, and when you look at all of this across the board, the math is really not adding up to $65 billion.
There will be people who will say, well, what Musk is trying to do is still a worthy effort, trying to clean up government waste. How much money has the team actually saved so far?
So the actual savings is around $2 billion, according to budget experts that we spoke to. And again, as you noted, Musk says that this is about that these cuts are meant to help reduce the deficit and pay for Republicans' tax cuts. We spoke to Jessica Riedel. She's a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. She was also the chief economist for former Senator Rob Portman, a Republican, and she put those so-called savings in context and corrected the record.
At this point, the $2 billion in savings identified by Elon Musk would pay for 1/75th of 1% of the entire national debt. I have not found any legitimate evidence of fraud in the spending that Elon Musk has highlighted. I have found expenditures that a lot of people wish the government would engage in, such as DEI contracts and Politico subscriptions, but that doesn't make them fraudulent. It just makes them policies that certain people would not like us to be spending money on.
So as Jessica noted there, so far there appears to be no evidence of fraud, despite Elon Musk's claims of it. And she also added that if you did distribute some of that $2 billion or so in savings across taxpayers in America, which is what Elon Musk has said he would like to do, it would basically come to $2.42 per person, so potentially not enough for a cup of coffee in some cities.
Meantime, there are new concerns at Veterans Affairs because Doge is set to cancel a number of contracts there. Who stands to be affected?
So VA Secretary Doug Collins boasted this week of $2 billion worth of cuts. That would be across about 875 contracts that would be canceled. And multiple sources told me and Dan Segalin that 2 of those canceled contracts are with organizations that help implement the PACT Act. The PACT Act, what it did was expanded health care and disability benefits for veterans that had illnesses caused by toxic exposures. And so cutting those contracts could put the onus back on veterans to have to deal with their benefits, trying to essentially communicate between the healthcare side and the benefit side. So it could be
maybe they shouldn't be freeloaders.
Know, the status of many of these 875 contracts. We haven't gotten clear answers from Veterans Affairs, and it appears as though the ones that affect the PACT Act could very well still be canceled.
Laura Barone Lopez, our thanks to you and the team for working through all this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We start the day's other headlines in Texas, where officials announced the first death from a recent measles outbreak. They say the victim was an unvaccinated school-age child who was hospitalized in West Texas last week. There are at least 124 confirmed cases of the highly contagious respiratory illness across 9 Texas counties. They've been mostly reported among children, many of them unvaccinated. There are also 9 cases in eastern New Mexico. Today's fatality is the nation's first reported death from measles since 2015. At today's cabinet meeting, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
It should be your
there
choice.
Were actually 2 deaths from the recent outbreak, though the second fatality has not been confirmed.
You don't vaccinate your
Supreme
kids?
Court today, justices seem to side with an Ohio woman who brought a lawsuit
That's the risk
claiming
you take.
workplace discrimination because she is straight. Marlene Ames says she was passed over for a promotion at the Ohio Department of Youth Services in favor of a gay woman and then demoted in favor of a gay man. Justice Brett Kavanaugh said today that workplace discrimination, quote, whether you are gay or straight is prohibited. The rules are the same whichever way it goes. If the high court rules in her favor, it could make it easier for people to pursue such so-called reverse discrimination claims. A Baltimore judge is considering whether to reduce the life sentence for Adnan Syed to time served. It's just the latest twist in a case that rose to national prominence as the subject of the Serial podcast more than a decade ago. Syed was released from prison in 2022 after prosecutors found problems with the case. They asked a judge to overturn his murder conviction for the death of his high school ex-girlfriend back in 1999. Today, both prosecutors and his attorney said the 43-year-old doesn't pose a risk to public safety. Last night, prosecutors withdrew an attempt to vacate his murder conviction outright, meaning that it remains on the books. In the Middle East, an Israeli security official says that Hamas handed over the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages tonight. It's the last scheduled handover under the ceasefire's first phase, which is due to expire in just days. The men Hamas named range in age between 50 and 85. They're being swapped for roughly 600 Palestinian prisoners. Israel had delayed the prisoner release since Saturday, citing Hamas's treatment of hostages during previous exchanges. In the meantime, thousands of Israelis lined the streets during a funeral procession for deceased hostages Shiri, Ariel, and Kfir Bibas. The bodies of the mother and her 2 young sons were handed over by Hamas last week. At the funeral, Yarden Bibas, who survived Hamas captivity, said goodbye to his wife and children.
Shiri, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you all. I think about everything we went through together. There are so many beautiful memories. I can't kiss or hug you, and it's
maybe those babies shouldn't have been occupying the land.
Hamas says Shiri and her children were killed in an Israeli airstrike. Israeli forensic teams say there's evidence that they were killed by Hamas. New data suggests that a year-long
the Israeli evidence
Christian
claims that they were killed with bare hands, as in they were like choked to death. They were like infants, so it'd be pretty easy to fucking just kill a baby, you know?
Has held steady since 2019 after falling from 78% in 2007. And whether Christian or not, a vast majority of Americans consider themselves spiritual, with 83% saying they believe in God or some kind of universal spirit.
Chicken,
Washington
arise.
Post owner Jeff Bezos announced today that the paper's opinion pages
Arise,
will focus
chicken.
on defending, quote, personal liberties and free markets. In a social media post, Bezos says he told employees that, quote, viewpoints opposing those pillars will be left to be published by others. Critics say it's the latest rightward shift at the Post under Bezos, aimed at pleasing President Trump. Bezos insists that newspapers these days should not offer
a little
broad-based
closer to the
opinion
hole,
section,
sir.
saying that the internet does that job. Following today's announcement, the Post's opinion editor, David Shipley, announced he is stepping down. And on Wall Street today, stocks ended mixed after a recent run of losses. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped nearly 200 points on the day. The Nasdaq added nearly 50 points, or about 0.25%. The S&P 500 ended virtually flat. And actor Michelle Trachtenberg has died. She got her start as a child actor, most notably on Nickelodeon's The Adventures of Pete and Pete. Trachtenberg was just 10 years old when she shot to fame in the 1996 film Harriet the Spy. She later co-starred on hit TV shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Gossip Girl. New York City police say they responded to a 911 call early today and found Trachtenberg unconscious and unresponsive. No criminal involvement is suspected. An investigation is ongoing. Michelle Trachtenberg was just 39 years old. Still to come on the NewsHour. Advocacy groups react to a court order blocking President Trump's ban on refugees. Panama's deputy foreign minister discusses his country's role in the U.S. immigration crackdown. And the upcoming Met Gala shines a spotlight on the cultural impact of black men's fashion.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
My favorite designer is Kanye West.
When the House passed the Republican budget framework last night, it was an important step towards implementing President Trump's agenda. The House budget plan includes $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, spending cuts totaling $1.5 to $2 trillion, and will add an estimated $3 trillion to the national debt over the next 10 years. Congressman Jody Arrington of Texas chairs the Budget Committee, and he joins me now. Chairman Arrington, welcome to the NewsHour. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I'm good to be with you.
So as you know, the bill passed on a 217 to 215 vote. You had one Republican joining Democrats to vote against it. Is it fair to say now that the real work begins of trying to figure out exactly where you're going to get those $2 trillion in cuts?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we had to lay out a framework that I think was fiscally responsible, pro-growth. It makes adjustments for supporting the tax cuts while reining in the wasteful spending to offset those cuts, along with growth, or revenue rather, from growth, which is a conservative 2.6% annual average growth rate, which is lower than we had in the Trump and Biden administrations, but that'll bring another $2.6 trillion in. So altogether, it's a balanced budget resolution, but as you mentioned, the real work happens as the policies are developed at the committee level, and it's designed that way to be kind of a bottom-up approach, and then we'll of course have to conference with the Senate.
Mm-hmm. As you know, there's been a lot of concern about cuts to Medicaid. The mandate that you've set for the Energy and Commerce Committee that oversees Medicaid is for them to cut $880 billion. The largest pot of money that they oversee is Medicare, which you've said you will not touch. So how do you see hitting that $880 billion figure without touching Medicaid?
Well, we're gonna make sure we actually eliminate the waste that exists in the federal government, not just in the Medicaid program, but across the federal government. The Government Accountability Office estimates just within 70 programs in the federal government a $2.7 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse. And then fraud, government-wide, they say on the higher end is $5 trillion. So we have to put the program integrity measures in place to make sure those who are legally eligible are those receiving the benefits that the taxpayers and lawmakers intended. But for example, if you just review for eligibility not once but twice a year, going back to the Trump administration policies, you'll actually not only prevent the fraudulent spending of tax dollars, but you will save $160 billion dollars that you can put towards reducing the deficit and making not just Medicaid, but all of these programs sustainable. Today, they're not sustainable. So program integrity, state accountability, personal responsibility. You know, SNAP has requirements for able-bodied adults who are able to work to receive the benefit. And we think that it's responsible to do that across the government. Medicaid doesn't have that. For example, these are some of the things that will be meted out at the committee level.
Chairman, if I may, just to double check the math here, that $3 trillion you cited there, that is the cumulative of estimated overpayments and fraud from GAO dating back to 2003. So that's not quite apples to apples here. You mentioned the $160 billion that would come from reversing some Biden-era policies, but the national improper pay rate that I saw, HHS estimates on fraud, only totaled about $31 billion. I'm just pointing these out to show nowhere are you near $880 billion. So again, where are you seeing math that says you can get to that number without touching Medicaid?
Yeah, actually, let me correct that statement. The Government Accountability Office, 2.7 trillion in improper payments, that's a 10-year number. That is a 10-year number, not since 2003. That's going forward. In fact, there's 50 billion in Medicaid. It's over 500 billion over the 10-year window. So when we say we want to save 1.5 to 2 trillion in reducing wasteful spending, that's over the 10-year budget window. So it is apples to apples. I would also suggest, and there are outside groups that have measured this. One that comes to mind is Numbers USA. They say that we're spending $150 billion for social services for people who are in this country illegally, about $9,000 per illegal immigrant. That's more than we spend on U.S. citizens who are the most vulnerable among us and eligible for Medicaid. It's also more than we spend for our veterans on military benefits. So there's a lot of cleaning up, a lot of waste and fraud. And there's just a lot of inefficiency.
Chairman, I apologize, I know our time is limited. Is it possible for you to guarantee that none of the 70 million people who rely on Medicaid are going to have their benefits cut? Can you make that guarantee?
I can tell you this. These programs are not sustainable.
That's a
for
no.
vulnerable people. I can also tell you that the Obamacare expansion population, they get a 90% federal match, and the blind, disabled, the sickest and poorest among us, they get 65% on average. So the entire health system is oriented around giving better care and better access to able-bodied Obamacare expansion population. So there's a lot of ways to make it work better and
Chairman,
make it work more
I'll just point
efficiently.
out, I'm not hearing a guarantee in there, but I think our conversation on this will continue. I do want to ask you about some of the federal worker firings that we've seen from Elon Musk's Doge team. The latest figures that I saw show some 130,000 federal employees who live in the state of Texas. In your district, about 8,000 or so. Do you know if any of those federal workers have lost their jobs as a result of this team's cuts?
I don't know any personally who have, but I can tell you.
Do you know of any in your district?
Do I know of any who've been cut?
Yes, sir. Anyone who's any federal employees in your district who have lost their jobs as a result of the Doge team's cuts?
I don't know of any, but there may be people who have had their jobs terminated. And I can tell you, after having worked in the administration of President Bush, being in the administration, there's a lot of unnecessary jobs. There's a lot of waste. We had about half the workforce not even going to work the last 4 or 5 years. So look, where there is value added, where there are people who are being productive in advancing the federal government's mission and serving the American people, I don't think there's a problem there. But I think we have a lot of bloat and a lot of waste. So I support the efforts that are being
It's not the answer, Bert. Of course she brought it up. It's PBS, bro.
The Doge team's listings of cuts, they do list a DHS office closure in Abilene, Texas, which is in your district, for an estimated savings of $340,000. I'm unsure how many people were cut there, but are you concerned that if hundreds of people in your district lose their jobs, it will impact your community?
I'm concerned that our federal budget went from $4.5 trillion before COVID.
That's not an answer.
I'm concerned that during the Biden administration, $8 trillion was added to the national
I can't wait to interview politicians
and
have them do these answers and hear Jack go, "That's not an answer, cunt."
And I'm also trusting this president to make sure that where we need the human resources where they are productive and can justify the value added to advancing the federal government's mission, that will happen. But we're long overdue for an audit from top to bottom, and we need to make sure that the taxpayers are getting a return on their investment and that we're stewarding their money. And that doesn't happen in this town enough. So I support what the president and Elon Musk are doing 100%.
That is the House Budget Chairman, Jody Arrington, joining us tonight. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amna. Appreciate you too. Bye-bye.
A federal judge in Seattle has blocked President Trump's executive order halting the admission of refugees into the U.S. The judge said the administration had likely exceeded its authority by freezing the U.S. refugee admissions program, which was established by Congress back in 1980. It remains to be seen whether the administration will comply, while a lawsuit challenging the ban, filed by some of the country's largest resettlement organizations, works its way through the courts. We're joined now by Mark Hetfield. He's the president of HIAS, that's the country's oldest refugee resettlement agency, and the organization's also a plaintiff in that lawsuit. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Jeff.
So first, help us understand what the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program is. How does the program work, and who does it aim to assist?
Sure. So the program was started in 1980 by the Refugee Act of 1980 to provide a safe and legal pathway for people fleeing persecution or war or conflict to come to the United States to either join with family or to meet foreign policy, humanitarian policy priorities of the United States government.
So what was the material impact of this suspension? How were the refugees affected and your employees as well?
It was devastating. And this was not just a mere suspension like it was in the first Trump term. This was a complete dismantlement of the refugee program, because not only were all refugees stopped from arriving, but also all of the processing offices were shut down. Everything was defunded, so it's going to be almost impossible to start it back up. And in terms of the actual impact, for example, my agency had 621 refugees who were vetted by Homeland Security, approved by Homeland Security, had plane tickets in hand, were supposed to arrive in February, but they're not coming. The plane tickets were literally snatched out of their hands.
So when you say it's nearly impossible to restart this work, tell me more about that.
Well, to resettle refugees, you're going to have people that prepare their applications, that assist them overseas, that give them cultural orientation, that book their plane tickets, that then receive them here in the United States, which is what my agency, HIAS, does, along with the other non-resettlement agencies. All of those things were completely defunded.
Your organization is a Jewish organization. Many of the resettlement organizations are faith organizations. How does faith inform the work that you do?
Well, in the Torah, 36 times it's repeated to welcome the stranger, to love the stranger as ourselves, for we were once strangers ourselves. And so it's really a fundamental part of our history and of our values, and not just going back to the holy books, but also our more recent experience in the 20th century, 21st century. The Jewish people are a people who know displacement, and so we are naturally empathetic.
I'm sure, as you know, Vice President J.D. Vance recently accused the U.S. Conference of Bishops of profiting off its work resettling refugees. Do you or any of the organizations profit off this work? Is that even a motive of yours?
No. This is a labor of love. This is something we have to raise money for, because we can't possibly do it on the funding that the federal government gives us. It is a public-private partnership. And so now we've raised lots of funding to welcome refugees to the United States, and now none of them are coming, including refugees who themselves are fleeing religious persecution, like Iranian religious minorities is one group that HIAS helps. They can't come. Afghan people who supported us in Afghanistan, people who supported U.S. veterans and risked their lives, or who worked for the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, they can't come. People whose families were separated by conflict or war, those parents and children will remain separated indefinitely. Those kids are essentially being orphaned by this Trump administration policy.
The administration, in its executive order, argued that the United States lacks the ability to absorb large numbers of migrants, and in particular refugees, into its communities in a manner that does not compromise the availability of resources for Americans. This is an argument the administration makes fairly often, that resources are finite. What's your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that's an argument that the Trump administration made in 2017 and that they themselves proved was fallacious. In 2017, in the Muslim and refugee ban, President Trump commissioned a study to demonstrate how much resettled refugees cost the American taxpayer. But they looked at both sides of the ledger when they did that study, and they found that over a 10-year period, resettled refugees contributed $63 billion, with a B, dollars more in federal, state, and local taxes than they took in services and assistance. So fortunately for us, while we welcome refugees because it's the right thing to do, it just also happens to be to the benefit of the economy, to the benefit of the country. Refugees are a blessing. They're not a burden.
I understand you were in Seattle yesterday when the judge issued that ruling. What comes next?
It's a good question, because on my way to the studio tonight, I got 10 termination notices that the State Department was terminating a number of our programs, including refugee resettlement, in spite of the fact that yesterday the judge issued a preliminary injunction saying that refugee resettlement was authorized by Congress and could not be dismantled.
Mark Hetfield of Hias, thanks again for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
President Trump made carrying out the largest mass deportation in U.S. history cornerstone of his 2024 campaign. But there are reports he's unhappy with the pace of that effort so far.
William Brangham reports now on a new controversial tactic to carry out the administration's crackdown on illegal migration.
This plane landed in San Jose, Costa Rica last week, descending through a cloud of uncertainty. On board were 135 people deported from the U.S. on a journey back to their home countries or somewhere else. None are Costa Rican citizens.
Vienen 65 niños.
There are 65 children and 70 adults. They are families. Costa Rica is committed to voluntarily returning deportees to their country of origin in up to 30 days.
The group, hailing from as far away as China, Vietnam, and Ghana, were then bused to a rural holding facility paid for by the U.S. Costa Rica became the second Central American country after Panama to serve as a stopover for unauthorized migrants being removed from the U.S. by the Trump administration. Panama accepted almost 300 deportees who were initially held under armed guard in this Panama City hotel. Images of that group, stuck inside, unable to leave, made headlines last week.
We are providing them with all the necessary medical, food, and comfort services, and we will continue to do so until the last one has left our country, which is what was agreed with the United States government.
More than half agreed to be returned to their home countries. 97 were sent to a facility in the Darien Gap, a treacherous point of passage at Panama's southern border with Colombia, which is used by many migrants. Susana Sabalza is a Panamanian migration lawyer representing a Taiwanese family, including a child under 5, who were sent to the Darien facility.
Do you have any understanding as to what the conditions are like in that facility?
I haven't seen the conditions with my own eyes, but I've spoken to reporters who have, and they said the conditions weren't pleasant. We have to keep in mind the children, who are the future of humanity. If they're experiencing this type of trauma in a tropical refugee camp, I want to know that they are doing well and that they have good care.
If we could get them out of our country, we have other countries that would take them.
This new process, using Latin American countries as a temporary bridge for deportees, partly helps the administration because the U.S. doesn't always have diplomatic relationships with some of the migrants' countries of origin. So by transferring them to other nations, it transfers the diplomatic labor of repatriation to them as well.
This is a significant or even a mammoth departure from the practices of the past.
Muzaffar Chishti is a senior fellow at the Migration Policy Institute.
The president has made no secret of the fact that he believes that he won this election using immigration as a calling card. And that message has not been lost on every single agency head and cabinet member of this administration. They have decided that deportation machinery is now number one paragraph of your job description. What we have now seen is that we are enlisting nation states in that enterprise.
Earlier this month, on his
You wanna
first
see what else is
international
cool?
trip, Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited Central America, including stops in both Panama and Costa Rica. Amid threats of U.S. tariffs, sanctions, and even retaking control of the Panama Canal, the countries agreed to serve as a stopover for deportees.
We do a lot of other things with Panama that go beyond just the canal. I mean, they've been a great partner on the slowing down the rate of migration on the Darien and the coming across the Darien Gap and the like. So I think it was a good visit.
The Department of Homeland Security, which is central to the administration's deportation policy, did not respond to NewsHour's request for comment. But Muzaffar Chishti says the process raises many questions, as does the administration's overall approach to migrants so far.
They may be violations of U.S. law, especially with respect to people who have expressed fear of being returned. The fact that they were not given access to counsel, the fact that they were not provided due process. The second most important consideration is that this is being done with militaristic imagery. I mean, it's not just optics, it's optics with sound. It's sort of an orchestra of military machinery at work that I think is deeply un-American.
In the meantime, lawyer Susana Sabalza is trying to figure out what comes next, and she has a plea.
We are asking our president of Panama and his counterpart in the United States to have a little compassion, and that they give each case the opportunity to be reviewed before sending these families to the brink of death. Because at some point, this is going to be scrutinized by some international body, and that's where we're going to see the consequences.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm William Brangham.
For more on Panama's role in receiving hundreds of migrants the Trump administration has deported, we turn now to Carlos Ruiz Hernandez, who's Panama's Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Minister, welcome to the NewsHour.
Thank you, Anna, for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. I just want to ask you to respond to the report there from my colleague, William Brangham, and specifically the conditions under which some of those deported migrants say they were being held in Panama, reportedly in hotel rooms, but they say they had their cell phones and passports taken away. There were armed guards at the doors. Explain to us why that was necessary.
I mean, it's very, thank you so much. I think it's a right question to ask, but I think the mischaracterization of how these migrants are being treated is very unfortunate. The reporting that these migrants are not being treated in the best conditions and with respect to human rights or due process is absolutely inaccurate, because they have access to absolutely everything they need. IOM is there, UNHCR is there, we are there. They've been provided with absolutely food, water. This is a 4-star hotel in which they're being not detained, they're being just protected, in which we're processing, helping them going through this transition to head back home. We are absolutely giving them everything that they need in terms of getting back home.
I hear you saying that they're free to leave, but they don't seem to be saying that at all. We saw those images of people holding up signs in the windows saying, please help us. And they say they had their passports and cell phones taken away. So where's the mischaracterization here?
The mischaracterization is that they're being held. I mean, they're being...
Are they free to leave?
They are irregular migrants, illegal migrants that are going through a process of repatriation, which is something that we've been working with the United States government in the previous administration, and we've done it for years, and the name of the policy is deterrence. So repatriation works for us. Our government, this is a policy that our government is pursuing in terms of deterring migrants and bad non-state actors in other countries who are facilitating migration in any conditions. So we're trying to protect them, and we're receiving them, and we're facilitating, we're providing them with all the assistance that they need to just go back home, because they're not in Panama because they want to be in Panama. They want to be somewhere else, and that somewhere else, it's a close ally of Panama in everything migration. Secretary Rubio was mentioning this. The previous secretary would have said the same.
So you had a few, if I may, they were held there in hotel rooms. There's also this camp, we understand, in the jungle, in the Darien Gap.
This sounds like Gitmo shit.
How many migrants are held there right now?
It's not that it is necessary. This is exactly how we handle irregular migrants and illegal migrants that come through our country. Right now, we had last year we had 500,000 migrants, irregular migrants, coming through this treacherous
Yes.
jungle, going through Panama. And what we have done, we have set up shelters. We have set up facilities to help them, to give them water, to provide them for access to information, biometrics. We help them just to continue their voyage.
Continue their voyage, meaning not to the U.S. from these camps. You are working to deport them back to their countries of origin, correct?
Well, that is a very important question. So right now, the south to north migration is exactly what we've been receiving for all these years. Now we're seeing a different pattern. Brand new, which is this reverse migration. Because of the new policies here in the United States, I assuming. And
to be clear, this isn't reverse migration. These are people who are forcibly deported from the U.S. to Panama, correct?
Well, I mean, what's going on here in the U.S., if I've heard the word due process. That due process, it's not my position to opine on what's happening here in the United States. What we are providing is precisely that due process. 299
Can we smash
migrants
this
is
guy
exactly
with hammers?
the operation we just did. 200 of them, they're voluntary, wanting to go home. There are a number of migrants that are actually paying for their own costs to go back home.
And otherwise, is the U.S. covering the additional costs, hotels and repatriation flights?
Absolutely. The United States, through IOM and through our international organizations that are set up, and we've been working with them for years, are covering all the costs and everything they need, including if they want refuge or asylum in our country. They have to go through our due process, and that's exactly what we've been doing.
Can I ask, big picture, why is this something Panama would agree to? Why is this beneficial for Panama to do this, to accept people deported from the U.S. as essentially a layover and then work to repatriate them to their countries of origin?
Thank you. I mean, because it's deterrence. Because our president, we came into power about 6-7 months ago. The first day our president came, his migration policy is centered around deterrence. We were getting 1,000 migrants an hour at some point at the height of the crisis. Now we've reduced that. 93% of those migrants coming in is reducing, and we attribute that to the cooperation we have with the United States and other partners to let the migrants know, and the non-state actors who are helping them to start that voyage, don't come because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
We have young girls being sexually abused in these jungles. We have people that have died.
You're
Don't
saying
come
it
here.
sends a message. That's
It sends a message. That is the deterrence that we're trying to protect. So, and repatriation is something that it has a lot of benefits for us because we're seeing the numbers going down. Therefore, the numbers of catastrophe and human disasters is being.
What about the people who can't be repatriated? I mean, are you deporting people to Iran, for example, or back to China? Or if you're worried about human rights abuses?
We're very much worried, and exactly, that's why.
What happens to them?
That's why we're talking to them. We're talking to their families. We're talking to the diplomatic channels. We're providing everything they need. The international standards are being very, very clear. IOM is there. The United Nations is there, working hand in hand with us, and that's something we've done for the longest time.
But there's no answer for them right now. You're talking.
They have to go through a process. I mean, this happened. I think it was February the 12th or 13th.
Yeah.
We received 3 flights with a specific number. It's not meant to be institutionalized at this point in terms of receiving migrants because we've been receiving irregular illegal migrants for a long time.
Yeah.
So at this stage, we want to continue working with the United States. There have been no pressure from the U.S. government to receive them or process them. This is just something that we've been trying to do. And again, the mischaracterization is very unfortunate that this picture with the sign of help us, because the help is the I think that they want, and I haven't interviewed them myself, is the one thing that we cannot give them, which is a green card. That's the one thing, that's the help that we cannot give. But we're there to.
Yeah, if I may, because I know our time here is limited, you mentioned there's no pressure. I'm sure, as you're well aware, we heard from President Trump many times before he even came back into office about this plan to retake control of the Panama Canal. He's posted about it, and he's spoken about it. He mentioned it in his inauguration speech. I know you have said, your president has said there was no quid pro quo here, but he has stopped talking about it since Panama began accepting deported migrants. So you can see how it looks like there was a deal cut here, right?
There was no deal. I mean, in fact, I think 3 days ago, on Friday.
Deal or no deal?
In terms of, I think he said something at the Republican governor's dinner.
Reclaiming the Panama Canal.
Oh, he mentioned a few things, but the point is there was no deal. This is a policy that we've been pursuing way before the new president here in the United States was even elected. We've been collaborating with the United States in absolutely everything we can because, again, this is about deterrence. This is about treating these poor people humanitarianly, reducing the risk of death in a lot of cases. We're providing them with psychological help, medical help, absolutely everything they need. This is a 4-star hotel, for example, in which they have everything they need.
It's a 4-star hotel.
They,
it's a
again,
fucking
our government is
detainment
providing
center.
them the opportunity to get asylum, refugee, but they, I mean, 99.99% of the people that come to Panama illegally or irregularly, they don't stay in Panama. They don't want to stay in my country.
They're on
but
their way somewhere else.
they're always somewhere else, and that's why my president is determined to reduce the number of risks for them.
Panama's Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Carlos Ruiz Hernandez. Mr. Minister, thank you for being here.
Thank you
We
very
appreciate the
much.
time.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
This spring, the annual Met Gala in New York City, one of the bigger fashion events of the year, will highlight the indelible style of black men. The Met's 2025 exhibition, titled Superfine, Tailoring Black Style, opens in May and explores the emergence and significance of the black dandy. We looked into the rich and complicated historical style.
December. So we'll talk about the attacks that happened in Germany, how Elon Musk got involved in German politics, why hundreds of thousands of Germans took to the streets to protest in the last few weeks, and I also want to explain real quick how the German election works, if I'll be able to vote, and what happens after election day. As always, all timestamps are in the video description below. First, let's do a quick recap so we're all on the same page. Previously on German Politics with Feli from Germany. For the last 3 years, Germany's government coalition consisted of the Social Democratic Party SPD, who also got to provide the Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, the Green Party, and the FDP, the Free Democrats, were more on the conservative and economically liberal side of the political spectrum.
I love the fuck
Together,
the
the
police
coalition
party.
was also referred to as the Ampelkoalition, so traffic light coalition, due to their party colors. But from the very beginning, the three parties had a lot of disagreements that were often fought out in public, which made the government feel pretty dysfunctional at times. Eventually, on November 6th of last year, Chancellor Olaf Scholz fired Finance Minister Christian Lindner, the head of the FDP, because yet again, they couldn't come to an agreement. This time regarding the 2025 budget. As a consequence, the FDP left the government coalition altogether. And since without them, the SPD and Green Party didn't have a majority in the German parliament anymore, the Bundestag, Chancellor Scholz decided to initiate a snap election by holding a vote of confidence in the Bundestag on December 16th, which he lost, as anticipated. That's why Germany is electing a new parliament in February now, instead of September of 2025, which was when the next election was officially scheduled for. And in Germany's parliamentary system, a new parliament also means that there will be a new government, or administration as you would call it in the US, most likely a coalition of 2 or more parties, and a new chancellor. Well, technically Scholz is running again, but according to the polls, his chances of re-election are very slim. If you want a refresher on how coalitions and the parliamentary system in Germany work, I explained that more in detail in this video from November, and I also explained it in a video back in 2021 for the last German election. I'll link all of those down below. Now, the campaigning phase for this election started in January, and it's been intense to say the least, because there's been a lot going on, both in the political world itself and outside of it. In the last couple of months, there have been several fatal attacks across Germany that put the whole country in a state of shock and affected the political climate. On December 20th, 2024, just a few days before Christmas, there was a terrible attack at a Christmas market.
It was the night before Christmas,
where an SUV was driven into the crowd, killing 6 people and injuring
They deserved
almost
it.
300. In case that sounds familiar to you, something similar happened at a Berlin Christmas market back in 2016, but despite the additional safety precautions that were supposed to be in place since then, the attacker in Magdeburg managed to enter the market through an unprotected escape route for emergency vehicles. Both the police car and the chain that were supposed to block this path were absent that night. And unfortunately,
get rid of
that wasn't the
emergencies.
only security lapse in this incident. The
Make
attacker was
emergencies
actually known
illegal.
to the police, and German authorities
Checkmate,
had
liberal.
received numerous warnings about him, but didn't act on them. It's not quite clear what the motive for the attack was, and the public has honestly been struggling to categorize the perpetrator, because he's originally from Saudi Arabia, came to Germany all the way back in 2006. He's been working as a psychologist and psychiatrist in a correctional facility, and despite most people's first assumptions, the attack doesn't seem to have an Islamist background, because the attacker has actually left the Muslim religion and has been publicly criticizing it. German authorities even said he was Islamophobic. Apparently, he had also been criticizing Germany for allowing the Islamization of Europe and was a supporter of the German far-right party AfD, who are known for their anti-immigration and anti-Islam stances. At the same time, though, he helped Saudi Arabian women flee their homeland and come to Europe, and he believed that the German government heavily discriminated against Saudi immigrants. So all in all, his profile seemed pretty confusing and contradictory to me.
Schizo.
But fact is, he was known to the police in over 100 different instances, most of which the investigations were dropped for, and between November of 2023 and September of 2024, the Saudi Arabian government had warned German security authorities about him 3 times. Yet, the German authorities dismissed the warnings. According to reports, they thought the Saudi Arabian government was targeting him for being a dissident and abandoning Islam, which is a capital crime in Saudi Arabia. Aside from the official warnings, he also had posted on X in May of 2024 that he was gonna bring justice at any cost and was expecting to die this year. The perpetrator is still alive, by the way. He was arrested directly after the attack, but as of right now, we don't have any answers yet regarding the motive or the shortcomings of the German authorities.
There's brains
As you
in
can
his
imagine,
grill
this
there.
case created a lot of outrage for various reasons, and it was politicized too. One day after the attack, anti-immigration protests took place in Magdeburg, which were supported by the AfD, but also included neo-Nazis. And in the following days, there were several incidents where
Neo-Nazis.
foreign-looking people were violently attacked in Magdeburg. At the same time, thousands of people got together to create a chain of lights holding candles to commemorate the victims and take a stand against racial violence. Unfortunately, just a few weeks after this, on January 22nd, a 20-year-old man from Afghanistan attacked a daycare group in a public park in the Bavarian city of Aschaffenburg with a knife and killed a 2-year-old child and a 41-year-old pedestrian who tried to intervene. In this case, the attacker was actually ausreisepflichtig, so he was supposed to leave the country as his asylum case had been closed, and apparently he had agreed to leave Germany voluntarily in December, but obviously he never actually did. He also had a history of violent behavior and had repeatedly undergone inpatient psychiatric treatment, but was released every time. Authorities couldn't find any indications that this was an Islamist or politically motivated attack, so it was most likely due to mental health issues, but the case is currently still under investigation. But again, the outrage about the shortcomings of the German authorities and the lack of communication between the different agencies involved was pretty big. The federal government and the Bavarian state government actually started blaming each other and argued over who was responsible here. And then, less than 2 weeks ago, on February 13th, there was an attack in my hometown Munich where a 24-year-old immigrant from Afghanistan drove a car into a crowd of protesters from the trade union Verdi, injuring 39 people. And unfortunately, 2 of the victims, a 37-year-old woman and her 2-year-old daughter, ended up passing away from severe injuries a few days later. This attacker initially came to Germany in 2016 as an unaccompanied minor, had a legal residence and work permit, and completed his high school diploma and
Okay, USA.
and apprenticeship in Germany. So he appeared to be well integrated, but since he shouted Allahu Akbar immediately after the attack, this attack did most likely have Islamist motives. After this happened, the city of Munich actually canceled several of the official carnival events that were supposed to take place over the next 2 weeks because they felt like it would have been inappropriate to have a big celebration so close after a tragic event like this. In addition to these recent attacks, there was also a terrible incident in Solingen in North Rhine-Westphalia back in August, where a Syrian refugee stabbed numerous people at a public street festival, killing 3.
They were Kurds.
This attack was officially claimed by ISIS.
Right.
And in May of 2024, there was a deadly knife attack in Mannheim in Baden-Württemberg at an anti-Islam rally where a man from Afghanistan stabbed several people and ended up killing 1 police officer. The trial for this case just started last week, so hopefully that will bring some more answers. I would say those were the attacks that dominated the public discourse over the last year, but there were also several xenophobic and right-wing extremist attacks in 2024, targeting asylum housing, Muslims, Ukrainian soldiers, and there was an anti-Semitic attack at the Israeli consulate in Munich, but the attacker was killed by police before he was able to hurt anyone. Now, obviously, all of those attacks were shocking and extremely sad. I think that's something the German population very much agrees on. But especially the attacks committed by asylum seekers and immigrants fueled the public debate about asylum policies and safety in Germany. And while in early December, most voters named the economy as the #1 issue in this election,
it clearly says witchcraft. I don't know what she's talking about.
Migration is considered the most important issue, as this survey shows. And especially in the last few weeks leading up to the election, the attacks were repeatedly brought up during campaigning, especially by parties that advocate for closed borders and a change in German or European asylum law. This includes the AfD, the Union, the FDP, and partly also the BSW.
Fuck the police.
At the same time, a lot of people have pointed out that several of the victims of these attacks were immigrants themselves or had a Migrationshintergrund, as we say in German, a migration background. And people have also pointed out that the crime rate really hasn't gone up a lot in Germany. The numbers for 2024 haven't been released yet, but the crime statistics from 1987 to 2023 show that while overall reported crime numbers have slightly gone up compared to the last few years, they were lower in 2023 than any year between 1993 and 2016. It wasn't until 2017 that the crime numbers dropped to a level that was lower than in 2023. However, the numbers for violent crimes specifically are up a bit more, almost at the same level as they were back in 2006 and 2007. So it does make sense that crime and safety is an issue that people worry about. However, and this is my personal opinion real quick, I do feel like the political debate has painted a picture that makes it look a lot worse than it actually is, because I don't think a lot of people felt particularly unsafe in Germany back in 2006 and 2007, but as we can see, factually, violent crime was higher during those years than it is now. Now let's get to a whole nother topic, and that is Elon Musk. As you guys know, he's currently the wealthiest man on Earth and, as of recently, in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency, or short DOGE, here in the US. But being involved in American politics didn't seem to be enough for him, so he also decided to meddle a little in German politics. Well, kind of. It's not like he's running for office or anything, but he did post this in December, shortly before the Magdeburg attack. Only the AfD can save Germany. And on February 13th, right after the attack in Munich, he tweeted, "AfD is the only hope for Germany," and there are numerous other posts by him along those lines. So he clearly endorsed a political party for the German election, which got a lot of public backlash in Germany. But needless to say, supporters of the AfD mostly embraced his message. For context, the AfD is a far-right party in Germany that's currently polling in second place. I explained a little more in detail in the last video why the party is considered far-right, as well as which policies they want to implement. Again, the video is linked down below. The Federal Office for Protection of the Constitution in Germany even classified the local AfD branches in the states of Thuringia, Saxony, and Saxony-Anhalt as confirmed right-wing extremist groups due to endeavors that go against Germany's constitution and its free democratic basic order. And since 2021, they've also classified the entire party as a suspected extremist group, placing it under government surveillance. In January, Elon even got on a live stream with the AfD chancellor candidate Alice Weidel on his social media platform X. During the 1.5-hour-long live conversation that reached millions of people, they talked about politics, obviously. Musk emphasized how much he supports the AfD, and Weidel said in this live stream that Hitler was a communist, which made major headlines in Germany because it's factually incorrect.
He was a communist, socialist guy.
Even AfD co-founder Alexander Gauland, who was born during World War II, corrected her on this.
Das war natürlich nicht. Es ist auch falsch. Die Kommunisten wurden von den Nazis alle in KZ gesperrt oder umgebracht.
Just to set this straight, Nazi ideology and fascism have nothing to do with communism and have always been considered far-right concepts. A couple weeks after that, Musk even appeared at an AfD campaign rally via video call and, among other things, said that Germany should move beyond their past guilt. This took place just a few weeks after Musk's appearance at the Trump inauguration, where he made a gesture that looked like a Nazi salute, and a couple days before.
Whoa, you can't show that.
Day. So all of this was
Germans
very
aren't allowed to see that.
Most German politicians consider Musk's involvement in German politics completely inappropriate. Friedrich Merz from the Conservative Party CDU, or Union, who will most likely be Germany's next chancellor, even called it intrusive and pretentious. Another statement that wasn't very well perceived by German politicians and other European countries was the one by US Vice President J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference last week, saying that, quote, free speech is in retreat in Europe. Right around the same time, there was also a documentary by CBS's 60 Minutes about the prosecution of hate speech in Germany that sparked a very controversial reaction here in the US, but I'll most likely make a separate video about that next week because I don't think this actually interfered as much with the election campaigns per se. Unlike this. On January 29th, German headlines were full of this. Die Brandmauer ist gefallen. So the firewall has fallen. But what does this even mean? So among the political parties that are currently in the Bundestag, there has been a consensus that there won't be any active collaboration with the far-right party AfD due to the anti-democratic and unconstitutional tendencies the party has shown in the past, meaning no mutual bills, no government coalitions, etc. Those anti-democratic tendencies include discrimination based on people's religious beliefs, which goes against Article 1 of the German Constitution, differentiating between biological Germans and naturalized citizens, which isn't compliant with German law, or attacking the freedom of press, just to name a few. In fact, this consensus not to cooperate with far-right parties in German politics has been a thing ever since the end of World War II. And this agreement has been referred to as the Brandmauer, the firewall. But on January 29th, in the aftermath of the attacks in Magdeburg and Aschaffenburg, Friedrich Merz and his Christian conservative party, the Union, submitted a motion for stricter migration policies that both the Union and the FDP party voted yes on, and so did the AfD, without whom this proposal wouldn't have passed. But it did pass, and after that happened, people accused Friedrich Merz that this was a premeditated move on his end, that he willingly and knowingly counted on the AfD votes, even though weeks earlier he had promised not to introduce any bills that would rely on the votes of the AfD before the election. Now, technically, this was only a so-called Entschließungsantrag, so a non-binding motion, basically just a declaration of opinion where the parliament members tell the government, this is something we want. But 2 days later, on January 31st, they did propose an actual bill on new migration laws, but possibly due to all of the outrage and public debate, it surprisingly didn't go through this time and was narrowly rejected. Regardless, the fall of the firewall caused a major outcry all over the country, and hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets over the last few weeks to protest for democracy and diversity and against right-wing extremism. Many also took a stance against the Union and Friedrich Merz. In Munich alone, over 250,000 people gathered at Munich Munich Theresienwiese, that's where Oktoberfest takes place, and here in Berlin it was about 200,000 protesters.
Die Metapher der Brandmauer ist klar und wenn hinter der Brandmauer Feuer liegt, dann muss man löschen. Das ist klar und da ist die Zivilgesellschaft angehalten, da ist aber auch die Politik angehalten, nicht zu zündeln.
Während der Anfänge, wir haben das in 1933 schon erlebt, wie es war. Und ich finde, wir sollten alle jetzt hier ein Zeichen setzen.
Ich bin hier, weil ich ein Enkelkind habe, weil ich Angst habe vor der Zukunft, wenn die Rechten weiter Überhand nehmen.
Ich habe einfach Angst vor der Entwicklung im Land. Das macht mir Sorgen. Ich möchte, dass es weniger Fremdenfeindlichkeit gibt.
Ich bin Lehrerin und ich kümmere mich tatsächlich bei uns an der Schule um das Thema Demokratie. Und ich finde es ganz wichtig, hier zu sein.
Die Rechtsradikalen haben Hass, wir haben Haltung und unsere Haltung ist lauter. Wir sehen gerade, dass einige da draußen stehen und meinen, dass wir irgendwie gleichgültig unserer Demokratie gegenüber wären. Das sind wir garantiert nicht. Wir sind wehrhaft und wir sind hier, wir sind laut, wir sind viele und wir lassen uns nicht einschüchtern.
Ganz viele Menschen sind extrem besorgt, dass der Rechtsextremismus sich weltweit wieder ausbreitet. Trump ist an die Macht gekommen. In unserem Nachbarland Österreich droht ein Rechtsextremer, wie er selber sagt, Volkskanzler zu werden. Und wir wollen dafür sorgen, dass das in diesem Land hier nicht passiert.
Even Holocaust survivors have been speaking out about this. 99-year-old Albrecht Weinberg, who survived Auschwitz and 2 other concentration camps as a young adult, actually returned his Bundesverdienstkreuz to the German government. The Bundesverdienstkreuz, or Federal Order of Merit Award, is the highest tribute the country of Germany can pay to individuals for services to the nation. But Weinberg said that when he talks about the Holocaust at schools, he always emphasizes how important it is to speak up against the rise of right-wing extremism, so he wants to live up to his own standards and demonstrate his disapproval of democratic parties cooperating with far-right politics. Margot Friedländer, another Holocaust survivor, has been warning about the current political developments in Germany for a while now. Here's a snippet from an interview she gave in March of 2024.
Es kann geschehen. Man sieht ja jetzt, was gewesen ist. So hat es damals auch angefangen. Es darf nicht. Es ist für euch, für eure Zukunft, für die eurer Kinder und für die Demokratie.
Was ist es, was Sie heute beobachten, wie es damals auch angefangen hat?
Der Hass ist jetzt wieder laut geworden, der damals aufgestachelt wurde. Was ist es? Es sind Menschen, die Menschen nicht anerkennen als Menschen. Und ihr seid alle gleich. Wir werden alle auf dieselbe Art und Weise geboren. Es gibt keine christliches, muslimisches oder jüdisches Blut. Es gibt nur menschliches Blut. Und das ist, was ich euch sage. Respektiert Menschen.
I mentioned this in the last video, but just last month, the AfD branch in Karlsruhe distributed 30,000 of these fake plane tickets as part of the election campaign that landed in the mailboxes of people with foreign-sounding names. What looks like a boarding pass is a political message saying that illegal immigrants should take a one-way trip to their safe country of origin and that only remigration could save Germany. What lots of Germans consider very problematic about this is the fact that these tickets are almost an exact replica of these tickets that the neo-Nazi party NPD had distributed in 2011 and 2013. And they also follow the footsteps of these fake train tickets from the 1920s and 30s that told Jewish people to go back to Jerusalem and Palestine and even suggested that they should die on the way there. I explained all of this in more detail in a YouTube short recently that I'll link up here for you and in the video description. In the aftermath of all of this, Merz has repeatedly stated that all of this was just an unfortunate coincidence and that his position on not wanting to collaborate with the AfD stays unchanged. Throughout this campaign, he emphasized that the union won't form a coalition with the AfD and won't negotiate with them on motions or legislation. Whether people trust him on that or not is another question. Now, I know this is something that a lot of you asked about in the comments last time. Is that even allowed to just completely rule out working with another party, especially when they're ranking second in the polls? And the answer to that is yes, that's actually pretty common, because in a parliamentary system like we have in Germany, after a new parliament is elected, the parties need to figure out which ones get to form the government. But since usually none of the parties get over 50% of the votes all by themselves, the parties need to team up with each other, aka form a coalition, to reach that 50%. And in order to do so, they need to find some kind of common ground, they need to make compromises, and eventually sign a coalition agreement. Those negotiations can often take weeks or even months. In 2017, for Merkel's last term, it took them almost half a year to come to an agreement. And depending on the party's political orientation, some of them are more flexible in who they'd be able to collaborate with than others, but most parties won't be able to find compromises with everyone. The Union, for example, has declared years ago that they not only rule out working with the AfD, but also with the left party. The SPD too, even though they are on the center-left of the political spectrum, say that they don't want to form a coalition with the left party, nor with the BSW. Given how the last coalition ended, the FDP doesn't want to work with the Green Party anymore, and I'd honestly be surprised if they'd want to work with the SPD in the near future. And even members of the CSU, which is part of the Union, are against working with the Green Party, even though that coalition has been considered the second most likely outcome for this election. But according to the current polls, they don't even have the numbers for this anymore. And regardless, it's much more likely that the Union will try to form a coalition with the SPD. Now, it also happens that parties enter negotiations for a coalition and then don't come to an agreement after all, in which case they could try it with another party. Or if none of the parties can come to an agreement, there might even have to be new elections. At the end of the day, the whole concept of a parliamentary system is that the parties have to make compromises and come together, but there has to be enough common ground to do so, and it's totally normal and has always been the case that not every party wants to work with every other party. So that's what's going to happen after the election on Sunday. The parties that make it back into the parliament will have to figure out who will get to form the government coalition. And as I mentioned, the most likely one is Union and SPD. But it really also depends on what happens with the smaller parties. The Left Party, the BSW, and the FDP are all polling relatively low.
Fuck the police.
And just as a reminder, a party has to get more than 5% to even enter parliament. Currently, it looks like the Left Party will pass that threshold, and the other two won't, in which case the parliament would have 5 parties total, which means that this coalition would be possible number-wise. But if, let's say, all 3 of these smaller parties make it into parliament, there will most likely need to be a coalition of 3 instead of just 2 parties to make it over 50%. And as we just experienced with the previous government, 3-party coalitions are just a lot more complicated to navigate and usually not as stable. So I think most Germans are hoping for a 2-party coalition this time. Then, once the coalition has formed, the parliament officially elects the chancellor, and the parties that are part of the coalition obviously vote for the same candidate, and then they can start putting together their cabinet. But before we get to the results, people first need to vote. Now, I already explained how the German election system works in my video from 2021, and I'm not going to go into as much detail today. But since then, there have actually been some changes that will be in place for the very first time this year. So this is new to all of us Germans too. Generally, German citizens don't have to actively register to vote, like it's the case here in the US, because they're already registered with the Einwohnermeldeamt, the resident registration office. So every citizen over the age of 18 who has lived in Germany for at least 3 months will automatically receive their Wahlbenachrichtigung, notification of election, in the mail. Then on election day, which in Germany is always a Sunday, you'll just go to your polling location,
first-time chatter.
which is
They've been
often
here.
an elementary school, town hall, or another public building, show your notification and ID, and fill out the paper ballot. Or of course, you can also request an absentee ballot a few weeks in advance. Now in Germany, we don't directly elect our chancellor, but instead we elect the parliament, which then forms the government, as we just talked about. So on the ballot, Germans have 2 votes, with your Erststimme first vote, you vote for a direct candidate from your constituency. Germany is divided into 299 constituencies, so this first part of the ballot will look different depending on where you live. And this one is a winner-takes-it-all concept, so the candidate with the most votes in the constituency gets the direct candidacy and therefore a seat in the Bundestag. With your Zweitstimme, the second vote, you vote for a party, and this is the vote that defines how many seats each party gets in the parliament, as long as they receive more than 5% of the votes. This is called the 5%-Hürde, the 5% hurdle. If a party doesn't pass that hurdle, or alternatively, if they don't get at least 3 direct candidates with the first vote, they won't be represented in the Bundestag at all. In the past, all of the direct candidates who won their constituencies in the first vote were guaranteed a seat in the Bundestag. However, sometimes a party won more direct candidates than they were granted seats according to the second vote. So to make sure that the overall percentage stayed the same, all of the other parties were given additional seats too. The downside of that was that over the last few terms, the Bundestag has gotten bigger and bigger. Currently, it's at a record high of 733 representatives, and almost all politicians agree that that's simply too large for a country of 85 million people. Plus, it's expensive. For comparison, the House of Representatives here in the US only has 435 members for a country of 330 million people. That's why there have been countless proposals over the years to change the election system, and in 2023, they finally passed one. Well, for now. The German Supreme Court didn't allow for all of the changes to go through, so it's kind of a temporary solution. The new rule is that the Bundestag will always have exactly 630 members, which means that the direct candidates from the first vote will now only be given a seat if their party has enough seats via the second vote. If they don't have enough seats, some of the direct candidates simply won't make it into parliament after all. This year particularly, I know that a lot of people are voting strategically, is what it's called, meaning that you might not straight up vote for the party that you agree with the most, but for the party that's most likely to bring a certain outcome. This can take on many different shapes and forms, but for example, if you agree most with the FDP, but in your constituency the 2 candidates most likely to win are from the Union and the SPD, you might vote for the Union candidate to ensure their win because it's still closer to your beliefs than the SPD candidate. That would be strategic voting. Or I know that many people have decided to vote for the Left Party this year, even though they never did in the past, but they want to make sure that the Left Party makes it past the 5% hurdle back into parliament and can then act as an opposition party. Or if the party you agree most with is one of the really small parties that definitely won't make it into parliament, maybe you don't want to feel like you wasted your vote and decide to vote for one of the larger parties instead that you don't agree with as much, but that are still close enough and that you know are going to be in parliament. Or maybe you choose to do the exact opposite and vote for the small party after all, because votes do also help small political parties to get traction and even public funding. Or I know that some people this year have decided to vote for the SPD, even though they usually align with more left-leaning parties, but they want to ensure that a 2-party coalition will be possible. I know that's all very theoretical and a little complex, but of course, many voters still also just simply vote for the party that they agree with the most, and there are actually some pretty handy tools in Germany that can help you find out which party that is. One of those is the Wahlomat, where you answer different questions about which policies you agree or disagree with, and then it tells you which party's election program aligns most with your views, and you can compare the results for different parties. This year, there's also the Realomat, which instead of comparing the election programs, looks at how the parties have actually voted on these issues in the past, which is a pretty cool idea. However, what's tricky about that one is that the parties that are in a coalition together usually vote together. So in the last 3 years, the FDP, for example, always voted the same as the SPD and the Green Party, even though those 3 parties technically represent very different values. Last but not least, a lot of you wanted to know if I'm able to vote, and the answer is Jein. Technically, as a German citizen, I am eligible to vote. However, my ballot still hasn't arrived here, so unfortunately, I won't be able to cast my vote in time. This is actually an issue that hundreds of thousands of Germans living abroad are dealing with this time, because apparently, due to the election taking place early, the ballots weren't sent out early enough, and for people who live pretty far away from Germany, like me, they just didn't arrive in time. There's even a petition by Germans living abroad demanding that no vote should get lost like this, and that authorities need to ensure earlier shipping in the future or modernize the voting system so that people can vote online, for example. Now, with the campaigning phase being in its final stretch, the chancellor candidate and the leading politicians of the smaller parties truly appeared on every YouTube channel in the last few weeks, on every social media format, every political talk show, and of course there were also several TV debates. There were some with just Scholz and Merz, which were surprisingly civil and calm. They actually agreed on a lot of points and even invited each other to join their respective hobbies.
Herr Scholz, Friedrich Merz ist ja Hobbypilot. Würden Sie zu ihm ins Flugzeug steigen, sich von ihm fliegen lassen?
Ja.
Warum?
Ich nehme an, er hat den Pilotenschein zurecht.
Jetzt fragen Sie mich auch noch, ob ich ihn mitnehmen würde?
Nein, achso, ja doch, vielleicht, ja. Würden Sie?
Es kommt darauf an, von wo nach wo. Also zum Beispiel von Berlin nach Hause nach Hamburg, ja, biete ich ihn an.
The debates with all four candidates got a little more heated and chaotic, but overall, they didn't really change much in the polls. We still see the exact same order as before here, except that Merz lost a few votes and more people said they're unsure about who they'd prefer as chancellor, but we don't directly vote for that anyways. If you're a German citizen and haven't voted yet, please make sure that you cast your vote at your polling location today. And for the rest of us, I guess it's just wait and see what the outcome will be. I'll definitely post some updates on my Instagram and Facebook stories, but you can also follow English-speaking news outlets such as DW for updates. By the way, you can now also watch or listen to my videos on my brand new Spotify feed, especially for these longer videos. I feel like this might come in super handy if you want to consume it more like a podcast and have it running in the background. I'll put the link down below, or you can also just search for Feli from Germany on Spotify and be sure to follow and leave a 5-star rating there too. Also, do you guys want me to make a video about free speech in Germany? Is that something you're interested in? Has that already been discussed too much? Let me know in the comments below. I hope I could catch you up on German politics today. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially for sticking with me through this really long video, and I hope I'll see you next time. Tschüss!
This is Khartoum, a city of over 6 million people. Until recently, this place was a major hub for trade and communications, with rail lines from Egypt, Port Sudan, and El Ubaid. The people had a pretty normal life. Tourists often come here to experience the rich culture of Sudan, take in the beautiful view of the meeting point of the Blue and White Niles, amongst many other things. But then, on April 15, 2023, everything changed.
Hundreds of civilians have been killed.
More than 6.5 million people have left their homes.
It is war. People of Khartoum woke up to sounds of gunfire, bullets flying everywhere, and bombs dropping on buildings as war broke out in Sudan. The weeks and months that followed saw more than 12 million people displaced from their homes. The city they once knew is no more. But how did we get here? I want to tell you the story of Sudan. A story of greed, selfish ambitions, and international interference. One that has seen families torn apart, entire communities wiped out, hospitals bombed, aid workers blocked, and countless lives lost. I will show you how different powerful countries are taking part in this endless conflict, all because of the strategic location of this country. This might just be one of the worst wars you've never heard about. The question is, who is fueling this crisis and why?
7 million people are internally displaced by the war.
The Sudan question began with this man, Omar al-Bashir. But before I tell you his story, let me take you back a little to a time when the whole of this region was just Sudan. You see, Sudan's story didn't begin with its independence in 1956. The story is far older, stretching back to a time long before these colonial lines were drawn, long before the Europeans set foot on the continent of Africa. This place was the home of the Kingdom of Kush, a very strong and powerful rival to the Egyptian kingdom, even becoming its ruler at some point. By 750 BCE, the Kushite kings had not only grown powerful, but they did the unthinkable. Led by King Pai, they marched north and took control of the Great Pyramids and temples of the Nile Valley. For nearly a century, Sudanese pharaohs ruled both Egypt and Kush, creating the 25th dynasty. It is what historians now call the Black Pharaohs of Egypt. They restored old temples, built pyramids of their own in Meroe, which, fun fact, has more pyramids than Egypt itself. But empires, you see, don't last forever. The Kushites were eventually pushed south by the Assyrians, and in time, the mighty kingdom of Kush faded into history. Now, fast forward a few centuries, and Sudan was no longer the land of pharaohs, but a crossroads of African and Arab civilizations. Islam arrived here in the 7th century, carried by merchants and warriors from the north. It soon blended with local cultures, creating a unique Sudanese identity, one that was neither entirely Arab nor entirely African, but just something in between. By the 19th century, Sudan had become a battleground for empires. The Ottomans, ruling through their Egyptian representatives, controlled Sudan as a colony, extracting gold, ivory, and most tragically, slaves. This brutal rule didn't sit well with many Sudanese, and it set the stage for one of the most dramatic uprisings in African history. Muhammad Ahmad, better known as the Mahdi. In the 1880s, he claimed to be the chosen redeemer of Islam and launched a jihad against Ottoman Egyptian rule. His forces, the Ansar, swept across Sudan like wildfire, defeating the mighty Anglo-Egyptian armies and even killing the famous British general Charles Gordon at Khartoum in 1885. For a brief moment, Sudan was free, ruled by its own people under the Mahdi's state. But this freedom didn't last. 1898, Britain returned with machine guns and vengeance. At the Battle of Omdurman, they wiped out the Mahdi's army in a brutal fight. Sudan was once again under foreign rule, but this time it wasn't just the Egyptians, it was the British. For the next 50 years, Sudan was ruled as an Anglo-Egyptian colony. The British government, in cooperation with the Egyptian government, administered northern and southern Sudan as separate colonies. The British saw Sudan as two separate entities, the largely Arab Muslim north and the predominantly black Christian and animist south. This is very important to our story. You see, they actively prevented the two from mixing, banning Arabic in the south and enforcing separate laws. This was the signature move in all British colonies, divide and rule. But it would also become the blueprint for a future civil war. The Egyptian Revolution of 1952 finally led the march towards Sudanese independence. Having abolished the monarchy in 1953, Egypt's new leaders believed the only way to end British domination in Sudan was for Egypt to officially abandon its claim of sovereignty. At the time, the two areas were merged into a single administrative region after political pressure from the northern elite. This act was allegedly taken without consulting the minority southern leaders, further escalating the tension. Also, the British colonial administration seemed to favor the northern elite during the decolonization process. They were granted a majority of political power during the transition. This resulted in the tension between the two boiling over. By the time the British packed their bags, the country was already at war in what would be Sudan's first civil war. You see, the moment Sudan gained independence, its leaders faced an impossible question. How do you unite a country that has been fundamentally divided for a century? The North, with its Arabic and Islamic heritage, wanted to shape the nation in its image. The South, while being the minority with its African and Christian identity, wanted autonomy. By 1955, These irreconcilable differences led to a brutal civil war when southern leaders, fearing northern domination, took up arms. The war dragged on for 17 years, ending in 1972 with a fragile peace agreement. But peace on this side of the Nile never lasts. By 1983, the government in Khartoum imposed Islamic Sharia law on the entire country, including the Christian South. This was the breaking point. The Second Sudanese Civil War erupted, becoming one of the longest and bloodiest conflicts of the 20th century, lasting until 2005. As this war raged on, this man, Omar al-Bashir, would capitalize on a weak government to install himself as the new military ruler of Sudan. It was 1989. Sudan was already a country in turmoil, condemned to its second civil war. The people were suffocating under economic collapse. The so-called democratic government led by Prime Minister Sadiq al-Mahdi was weak and struggling to keep the nation from unraveling amidst political infighting. Then, in the early hours of June 30th, the radios went silent. The streets of Khartoum were suddenly filled with tanks. By the time the airwaves crackled back to life, a stern voice announced that the government had been overthrown, and the man behind this coup was this little-known army officer named Omar Hassan Ahmad al-Bashir. At the time, no one could have predicted it, but this seemingly unremarkable military officer would become the longest ruling dictator in Sudan's history, dragging the country into genocide, war, and collapse, a nightmare that would last for 3 decades. Born in 1944 in a small village in northern Sudan, al-Bashir was a soldier through and through. He had fought in Egypt's war against Israel, climbed the ranks of the Sudanese army, and by the late 1980s had been assigned to fight in the south against the Sudan People's Liberation Army.
I need to
That
give
war,
Zapata
the brutal,
medication.
never-ending struggle between Sudan's Arab-Muslim north and its African Christian south, would become al-Bashir's obsession. When he seized power, he justified it with the usual dictator rhetoric that the government was corrupt, the economy was failing, and Sudan needed strong leadership. But the truth was much darker. Behind him, lurking in the shadows, was the real architect of Sudan's descent into Islamic authoritarianism, Hassan al-Turabi. Al-Turabi, a radical Islamist ideologue, had a vision of turning Sudan into a theocratic state. With al-Bashir as the frontman, Turabi pulled the strings, transforming Sudan into an Islamic fundamentalist regime. Al-Bashir wasted no time. He abolished political parties, dissolved parliament, silenced the press, and filled prisons with dissidents. But his real mission wasn't just controlling Sudan. It was winning the war in the south by any means necessary. For the next 16 years, al-Bashir waged an all-out war against South Sudan. But this war wasn't just between armies, it was a war against civilians as well. He used starvation and terror to keep the people in check. His government bombed villages, burned crops, and cut off humanitarian aid using famine as a weapon. Millions were displaced. 2.5 million people died from this conflict. In order to secure his power and fend off opposition, al-Bashir decided to get a little creative. He assembled a group of militias in the western part of the country. This would become his own personal military force of some sort. This military force was led by a commander nicknamed Hemeti, and they served his purpose, like in 2003 when a rebellion erupted in Darfur, a vast arid region in western Sudan. The rebels, mostly from African ethnic groups like the Four, Masalit, and Zagawa, accused Bashir's Arab-dominated government of marginalizing them. Bashir's response was to unleash terror on them. He armed this brutal Arab militia he had gathered for missions like this, giving them free rein to terrorize Darfur. Entire villages were wiped out. Women were raped in systematic campaigns of humiliation. The Sudanese Air Force bombed refugee camps. By the time the world started paying attention, 300,000 people were already dead and millions had been displaced. The United Nations, as always, called it ethnic cleansing, but without any action to stop it. The United States called it genocide, but Bashir didn't care. He knew that as long as he kept the military, the Islamists, and his loyalists happy, he was untouchable. by 2009, the International Criminal Court (ICC) issued an arrest warrant for al-Bashir. This made him the first sitting head of state to be charged with genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. He was now an international fugitive. But in Sudan, he was still the man in charge. Soon enough, he rebranded his militia, calling them the Rapid Support Forces. To pacify Hemeti, who is the commanding general of this militia, al-Bashir allowed this group to do whatever it likes. Now, according to leaked bank records and corporate memos, this army soon turned into a lucrative business empire with gold mines and lots of other operations. The group also runs smuggling operations, patrols the borders, and offers its fighters for hire in regional conflicts. Some of its high-profile customers in this illegal gold trade were reported to be foreign powers like Russia and the United Arab Emirates. This warlord Hemeti soon became super rich, and his influence was growing fast. He now had tens of thousands of soldiers under his command. When South Sudan officially broke away in 2011, Sudan lost 75% of its oil revenue overnight because most of its oil wells were located in the south. Inflation soared. Food became unaffordable. The country was super broke at this point. All this making al-Bashir very desperate. There was no more money left to oil this war machine he had built to keep him in power. By 2018, Sudan's economy had collapsed. This was when the protests started. First, it was students, then workers, then entire cities. The streets of Khartoum
they got him to take one of his meds, but he won't. The pink, they don't like the pink one.
Like wildfire, and what started as anger over food prices became a full-blown revolution.
I tried to give it to him, and then I tried to even get him in his dust bath so I could then, like, hold him and force it in.
But
and I guess,
kept coming.
You know, just because I took him to the vet earlier, he's like, no, I'm not falling for your tricks.
In a desperate move to salvage the situation, al-Bashir ordered his security forces to crush the uprising. But there was just this one problem. No one wanted to save him this time. The SAF under General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan had been sidelined for years. Hemeti's RSF, though loyal on paper, was not willing to go down with this dictator. These two separate military units that al-Bashir had used to stay in power finally turned against him. April 11, 2019, after 30 years of dictatorship, Omar al-Bashir was finally overthrown. People poured into the streets celebrating, waving flags and chanting songs of revolution. It felt like a new beginning, until it wasn't. Even with al-Bashir gone, Sudan was still not free. With Omar al-Bashir out of the picture, the biggest question was, who would rule Sudan? The people already did not trust the military
when
and
Jack's
wanted
back,
a
I'll get
civilian
him.
government,
I'll
real
scoop him up in my
democracy,
arms
not
and
another
everything,
general in
and
suit.
so everyone can
But
see him take it.
It seemed like the generals had other ideas. The Sudanese army leader, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, quickly took charge, followed closely by the RSF warlord Hemeti. They promised democracy, but not just yet. Instead, they formed the Transitional Military Council, TMC, in August 2019, with Burhan as the leader and Hemeti as his deputy. It was supposed to be a temporary arrangement, a compromise of some sort. This council was a coalition of civil political groups and military juntas created to make Sudan's government look like a democratic government. This arrangement promised to pave the way for elections after a 39-month period, with the military junta ruling for 21 months and the civilian leaders ruling for another 18 months. But this was never a true partnership, as the both were buying time and figuring out how to hold on to power indefinitely. Burhan, representing the SAF, wanted to restore the traditional military's dominance, while Hemeti, leading the RSF, saw himself as Sudan's true power broker. Soon enough, the battle between these two men will be inevitable. On October 25, 2021, just months before the civilian government was set to take over, Burhan and Hemeti did what Sudanese generals have always done. They staged a coup. With the civilian prime minister arrested, the fragile transition was suddenly over and the civilian government dissolved. But shortly afterwards, by December 2022, the two men in the center of this coup turned against each other. It all started when Al-Burhan agreed to indeed give control of the government back to the civilians on the condition that the RSF no longer be an independent military but be folded into the official Sudanese army so that he would control it. This plan would sideline this billionaire warlord Hemeti. All hell broke loose. Hemeti had built this military group into a money-making machine, building a business empire on the back of their illegal exploits. He was never going to let the government take that away from him. To prevent this plan of Al-Burhan from going into effect, Hemeti decided to overthrow the government and take over power. On the morning of April 15, 2023, Hemeti sent 2,000 of his men to the military compound housing Al-Burhan. His plot was to assassinate this general. But the plan failed. General Al-Burhan escaped, but not before 35 guards were killed in the onslaught. Soon enough, the conflict spread throughout the capital of Khartoum. The country is soon engulfed in yet another war. Sudan's capital has since been reduced into a war zone with airstrikes, artillery shelling, and street battles destroying homes and displacing millions of residents. The SAF, overwhelmed by the attacks, moved its headquarters to Port Sudan. The RSF, seizing the moment, occupied government offices and airports, tightening its grip on power. In Darfur, the same region that had endured genocide 2 decades earlier, RSF fighters and allied militias have capitalized on the recent violence to carry out acts of terror. They stormed villages, massacring civilians, setting homes ablaze, and erasing entire communities. As the war rages on, different foreign powers are watching keenly, trying to secure their country's interests at a time when Sudanese are left stranded in refugee camps. Sudan's strategic location makes it a prize too valuable to ignore. It serves as a bridge between North Africa, the Horn of Africa, and the Middle East. With it comes access to the Red Sea, a key global trading route. Whoever controls Sudan controls more than just a piece of land. So, as the war drags on, it is understandable why foreign powers will tend to move towards securing their nation's interests. For the Gulf states, Sudan was already a multi-billion-dollar investment. Saudi Arabia and the UAE had poured money into Sudanese agriculture and ports. Meanwhile, Russia wanted a foothold in Sudan to establish a naval base on the Red Sea. In April 2023, reports suggested Egyptian planes were bombing RSF positions. Egypt denied involvement, but satellite imagery told a different story. Saudi Arabia and the UAE, who were longtime allies, found themselves backing opposing sides in Sudan. Their competition wasn't just about Sudan, it was about control over the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Saudi Arabia immediately threw its support behind SAF, wanting to maintain stability and keep Iran's influence at bay. The UAE, on the other hand, had a different plan. It backed Hemeti and the RSF, reportedly supplying them with weapons, drones, and even medical aid, using Chad as a secret supply route. The relationship between the UAE and the leader of the RSF reportedly dates back to 2018, when Hemeti sent combatants into southern Yemen to fight against the Houthi militia. Gold has been one of the main drivers of the Sudan conflict, as it allows both parties to fuel their war machines. Hemeti's RSF controls Sudan's vast gold mines, and the UAE was the #1 buyer. It receives nearly all the goods smuggled from Sudan and had become a hub for laundering trafficked gold into the global market. Recent data shows that officially the UAE imported precious metal from Sudan valued at about $2.3 billion in 2022. In April 2024, reports from the Sudanese government indicated that the UAE was supplying the RSF with arms through Chad and Cameroon. And Ukraine's involvement was a major twist no one saw coming. On September 19, 2023, CNN reported that Ukrainian special forces had likely launched drone strikes against Wagner-backed RSF positions near Khartoum on the 8th of September. Some called it payback for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Others saw it as a warning. Either way, Sudan is now part of a much bigger war. A June 2024 BBC investigation found evidence of both Iran and the UAE violating the UN arms embargo by supplying drones to opposing sides in Sudan's war. Analysts say Iran's support is part of a broader plan to secure access to the Red Sea. So, you see, what began as a power struggle between two generals has now turned into a war without borders. But while this power struggle continues, millions of innocent Sudanese are paying the price. The war that erupted on April 15, 2023 has not just refused to end, but has swallowed everything in its path. And now, Sudan stands at the edge of a catastrophe so immense that the United Nations has called it one of the worst humanitarian nightmares in recent history. Over 12 million people have been forced to flee their homes. That's more than the entire population of Belgium, which is 11.7 million people. These are not just numbers, they are families torn apart, children wandering through refugee camps without parents, and entire villages wiped off the map. More than half of Sudan's 48 million people, over 25 million people, are now facing severe food insecurity. Famine is creeping into the country, swallowing communities whole. The question is no longer if people will die from hunger, but how many. The most devastating part of that is that the hunger is man-made, as both warring sides are using food as a weapon. Both factions have blocked humanitarian aid, refusing to allow food into enemy-controlled areas. And if war and starvation doesn't kill you in Sudan, disease just might. The country's healthcare system is barely clinging to life, as attacks on hospitals and medical centers have become a routine. According to WHO, at least 26 documented assaults have occurred, leaving 80% of hospitals in conflict zones non-operational. Entire cities have been stripped of medical care. In Khartoum alone, half of the city's hospitals have been either bombed, abandoned, or taken over by fighters. In West Darfur, not a single hospital remains standing. Disease outbreaks have compounded the crisis. Measles, cholera, and diarrhea are spreading unchecked across the country. By September 2024, cholera had officially become an epidemic with over 5,692 cases and at least 185 deaths. And in just 4 months, more than 1,200 children died from disease outbreaks in refugee camps. More than 90% of the country's 19 million school-age children can no longer access formal education. Schools have become battlegrounds, bombed in airstrikes, seized by armed groups, or turned into weapon storage facilities. In January 2025, the US State Department announced that members of the RSF and allied militias had committed acts of genocide, imposing sanctions on RSF leader Hemeti and SAF leader Al-Burhan for their roles in systematic atrocities and obstruction of humanitarian aid. Neither side in this war appears ready to stop the fighting, and as the months pass, Sudan continues to slide further into ruin, all because of greed and selfish interest.
The name is wrong. It's not artificial intelligence. Intelligence would involve consciousness. From the Gödel argument, you see, this is the plot which I think has got lost. Now, a computer is a very specific kind of mathematical structure. It means computational mathematics. It's a very limited part of mathematics. I don't think they will ever become conscious by virtue of being computers in our current sense of the word. But I think consciousness, it's not computational. That's still true with AI. You talk to an AI thing, it doesn't know what it's doing. Computers have got so powerful that they've lost the thread of what they're doing. I think the point has got lost. I think Turing wasn't too far off. I think people have lost the plot.
A few times you talk about the Nobel Prize. We're back from Stockholm. This year we've been there interviewing Nobel Prize winner. Don't you think that this year Nobel Prize is the tribute to the Nobel Committee for Artificial Intelligence? Nobel Prize in Physics, fathers of AI. Nobel Prize in Chemistry, Sir Demis Hassabis, co-founder of DeepMind, that's AI system. David Baker, computer vision, digitalization of proteins. Don't you think there's a tribute for AI?
I see. Well, you have to be careful. First of all, the name is wrong. It's not artificial intelligence. It's not intelligence. Intelligence would involve consciousness. And I've always been a strong promoter of the idea that these devices are not conscious. And they will not be conscious unless they bring in some other ideas. They're all computable notions.
But intelligence, it's not consciousness.
It depends on consciousness. You see, well, it depends on how you use the word. I think when people use the word intelligence, they mean something which is conscious. I mean that. You see, I developed my own ideas after going to a course. You see, when I was a graduate student in Cambridge, I went to 3 courses which were nothing to do what I was supposed to be doing. One was by Bondi on general relativity. One was by Dirac on quantum mechanics, very distinguished Paul Dirac. And the third subject was on mathematical logic. And I learned about Turing machines and the notion of computability, and I knew what computability meant, and I learned about Gödel's theorem. And Gödel's theorem I found stunning, because it told you that there are things that the understanding transcends the use. Let me put that more clearly. What Gödel does, it's very clever, what he does is to produce a statement. Now suppose you're trying to develop your mathematical methods of proof. What do you mean by proving a theorem in mathematics? How do you know it's really true? Well, you prove it. What does proof mean? Well, you see, does it mean, okay, you've got a set of rules, and if you follow these rules, that makes it a proof. Now, how do you know these rules only give you truths? Well, you've looked at them carefully and you say,
but maybe AI creates its own rules.
No, you see. Have to be careful about this. This is the point. But I learned from Steen. This was a man called Steen, who was a logician. And I learned from him this important thing about Gödel's theorem. Now, Gödel's theorem is extremely clever. You make a statement which asserts that it cannot be proved by these rules. It's just, the clever thing is to make it do it. It says, you give your rules, which you regard as the rules of proof, and you could put them on a computer. So that means they're computational rules. Now, I knew that there were things that you cannot put on a computer. I learned from this course that there are non-computable things. There are things in mathematics which are not computable. Now, what does computable mean? It means that you can make a computer. Well, you have to define what a computer is. And Turing had one definition of a computer. There were several other, Church and Curry, other people had their definitions of computer. They all turned out to be equivalent. So there is one universal notion of computability, which is what you mean by what can be done by a computer.
But maybe this is only language problem, that the language development has not kept out the development of AI. Maybe we have just only a language problem, that we cannot, describe what we created.
No, I don't agree with that. It's not a language problem. You see, you make your new language. Sure, you can do that. You make your new language. And that's what you can do. See, let me describe the Gödel theorem, how it works, you see. See, the Gödel theorem says you construct a statement which says, you see what it means. The way you've constructed the sentence, you can see what it means. And what it means is, I am not provable by those rules. And it does that. It really says that. Then you see, okay, well, perhaps it is provable by the rules. If it is provable by the rules, then it must be true. Well, I've said it the wrong way around. Doesn't matter. The other way, suppose it's false. Then that means it's provable by the rules. And if it's provable by the rules, you've understood the rules, you said, you looked at them all and said, yes, that's okay, that's okay, that. Sure, if you follow those rules, it is true. So that means you believe that the rules only give you truths. So therefore it is true that it's not provable by the rules. If it's false, you see, then it is provable by the rules, and therefore it's true. So it has to be true and not provable by the rules. I found that amazing.
But still, I don't understand why AI cannot create its own rules.
Because it doesn't know that they're true. You see, that's the whole point about the Gödel theorem. The whole point, as far as I'm concerned, about the Gödel theorem is how do you transcend the rules? And that's what you do, by understanding them. You understand them why they're true. It's not that you use the rules, but you understand why use of the rules only gives you truths. And that's how you can prove things which go beyond the rules, by knowing why they're true. Now, knowing why they're true, well, what does it mean? Well, it means you understand them. What does understand mean? You've got to be conscious of them. You see, the wording is clear. It means that you have to know what you're doing. You have to know why they're true, not that they're true. You can be told that they're true. You can learn at school that they're true. That's not the point. You have to know why they're true. Why they're true needs understanding them. And understanding them requires being conscious of them. Now that's required. You see, the point I was making is that consciousness enables you to transcend the rules. You see why they're true, and that goes you beyond it. You see, what the Gödel theorem does, it tells you how to use your understanding of why the rules are true to transcend the rules.
You think that AI is the simple tool or simple thing that we can use in the single case?
No, I don't say it's single. It's obviously infinite. No, clearly, that's not the point. The point is it doesn't know what it's doing. That's still true with AI. You talk to an AI thing, it doesn't know what it's doing. It speaks from experiences, if you like. You see, people have confused the story. The story is they've lost it in the power of computing. The thing is that computers have got so powerful that they've lost the thread of what they're doing. They're computing.
Do you regret it, that it's so powerful?
Well, it's losing the point. You see, I think the point has got lost. I think Turing wasn't too far off. You see, he was a little bit confused person in a way, because it was not clear what he believed.
Yeah, I think you guys got to dodge that.
But he did call this thing the Turing test. How do you decide whether an entity is conscious or not? Well, you have a conversation with it. You talk to it.
Maybe AI is a new sphere of human existence.
No. It's missing something. I think, that's the trouble. You see, it's all... I mean, obviously it has a role to play. I'm not going to say that. Clearly it has a role to play. It has a role, but you mustn't be confused. The fact that it has a role to play, it's to do with the power of computation. Sure, computers have got so powerful now that they can do things way beyond what humans do in computing, sure. And you can take a massive data, and you can analyze that data, and you can see what the data says, and does this thing in accordance with previous things in the data, or is it not? And AI, that's all it does. It doesn't understand what it's doing. And understanding is different from computing.
Because inside a black box there is just only statistic. There's the simple statistic machine.
Well, if it's a machine, it's not conscious. No, I think people have lost the plot, yes. No, that's true. You see, I wrote my book, The Emperor's New Mind.
But what does it mean that people lost the plot?
Yeah, I think they've lost the plot. Because the whole point of my train of thought was, we've got to find something in physics. You see, I believe, I'm a physicalist, in that I believe whatever is going on in our heads, whatever creates consciousness, is part of the physical world. I don't believe it's magic that comes in from who knows what.
Black box, it's also part of the physical world.
But what do you mean by black box?
We know what's at the input. We know what's at the output. But we have no idea what's deep inside. That's the black box.
Yes, but that doesn't help because you don't know what's inside. What kind of physics is inside that box?
Maybe new physics.
Yes. But new physics of a particular kind. What I'm claiming from the Gödel argument, you see, this is the plot which I think has got lost. What I claim is saying that the physics that is involved in conscious thinking has to be non-computable physics. Now, the physics we know, there's a little bit of a glitch here because it's not completely clear. But as far as we can see, the physics we know is computable. You see, what about general relativity, where we have wonderful machines which compute what black holes do when they spiral around each other and produce gravitational wave signals, and you can say, yeah, that is a black hole collision because this has this
can you give me a kind of ammo?
clear feature, and yeah, you can do all that. That is fine, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the physics has to be a physics which is, in principle, non-computable. So AI can blast this, go ahead as much as it likes. It's not going to be able to get this. You talk about a black box, but you don't know what's in that box. Is it a computer? Is it a computer of the kind we understand now? Is it something which involves a physics which involves a non-computable process? Not so far. I'm not saying that won't happen. I dread it because I don't want it to happen. I can't help it because I suspect it will happen someday. But it's not AI as we now know it. AI, as we now know it, is computer-driven. And that means it's not...
Superhumans AI will never exist?
Well, the trouble is that AI is a bad term. It means artificial intelligence. Now, intelligence, in my view, is conscious. That's what intelligence is about.
Okay, so how I can call it?
Artificial cleverness. How about that? AC. You can see the difference. To some extent, when you do mathematicals, you have mathematics students. Some of them understand what they're doing, some are just clever. They can repeat what they've learned. They know how to do it very cleverly. They can calculate very well, but they don't necessarily understand what they're doing. The physics we don't know involves non-computability. So that's my claim. So I made this claim in The Emperor's New Mind, and I've made it a little bit more forcefully in Shadows of the Mind.
I mean that maybe it's not the consciousness. Maybe it's something absolutely new. Maybe that's not awareness.
But there may be completely unknowns which we have no concept of at the moment. That could be true. I'm talking about things... You see, if you're talking about AI, that means, unfortunately, it's a bad term because it says artificial intelligence. Whereas to me, when people use that term, they mean things that can be done by computers. That's what they mean. They have computers, and computers are very powerful, and then what they mean by AI is using computers. It may not be using in a straight logical way. Usually, I haven't studied these things, so I'm probably out of date, but as far as I can see, what it is you look at masses of data, and then you sort of look for patterns, or you try to analyze it in that kind of way. But it's all computational. You're using computers. By its very nature, it's computational. The word means computational, means by a computer. Now, a computer is a very specific kind of mathematical structure. It means computational mathematics. If you study the mathematics as an abstract subject, you rapidly learn that there are things way beyond computability. It's a very limited part of mathematics. Some of the mathematics that's involved is not computable. You can't get at it by an algorithm. Now, you see, people often think, well, AI doesn't use algorithms because it's using sort of random methods or something.
That comes through my speakers.
I haven't studied in detail what AI really, what is called AI, really
You're going to get us
involves
claimed.
when you put it on a computer.
Hard.
It is being done by a computer. So it's still something computational. No question about that. I'm claiming that you want something non-computational.
The guy's
now, you see, people tend not to believe this because they just think of computers and they don't know there are non-computable things. If you study the mathematics, the mathematical logic, you see that there are non-computable structures. There are the logic, the physics of the world could easily be non-computable. And my view is that yes, it is non-computable, and that somehow nature has been clever enough to produce beings which can tap into the non-computable aspect of the physics. And they managed to do this using natural selection. I have no idea how far down the animal kingdom
I can't really
goes.
hear you over Roger
Humans are
Penrose right
certainly
now.
conscious. I believe anybody who owns a dog was absolutely convinced the dogs
I'll
are
fix
conscious.
it in a second.
I believe it. Cats,
the video's
probably.
still playing.
Elephants,
I
certainly.
can't hear it.
Way down, way down, probably.
Yeah, it's through
Octopuses,
OBS.
I'm sure. I don't know. Is a bacterium conscious? I have no idea. Is a frog conscious? Probably yes. Is an amoeba conscious? I have no idea. I'm just speculating. I've no real reason for believing these things. But I think consciousness is something different. It's not computational. And the thing is that it's just people are so hypnotized, I don't use a rude word like that really, by the fact that computers have got so powerful that, yeah, there's the answer. The computers are so powerful, we found the answer. It's just computers. I'm saying, no, it's not. The answer is something much more deeper than that. It's not more complicated than that, it's deeper than that. It involves a kind of physics which we don't probably know yet.
It's deeper because it's based on the quantum world?
It's beyond the quantum world. You see, the quantum world is still computable. What's not computable, as far as we know, there's a basic unknown in quantum world. The quantum theory is fundamentally incomplete. I call it even wrong in a certain sense, because it believes that quantum superpositions persist at all levels.
Maybe when we ever create the universal quantum computer, we can create a synthetic consciousness.
Maybe. Yeah. No, I've nothing against it apart from the fact I don't like it. No, I have nothing theoretically against that.
Do you agree with that year Nobel Prize committee when you look at the Nobel in physics for fathers of AI?
I haven't looked at the details of it. I don't know what they say.
For fundamental work under synthetic neural networks for Geoffrey Hinton. Is it physics?
I'd be rather doubtful whether it's really physics. I'm not sure. You see, the Nobel Prizes, you might question some of their decisions sometimes. I would question a few of them. Maybe I would question this one. I'm not sure. You see, I haven't looked at it carefully. It depends exactly what they say. You see, it's a technological advance.
Yeah, no more. I would not stand near me, bro. They like my
making
cock.
Use of.
Yeah, but
I mean, is it a theoretical advance, or is it? I don't think so, is it? But I mean, the Nobel Committee normally doesn't give the prize for purely theoretical. I mean, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Yeah.
You have to have a physical application of it. Yes. Now here, I'm not quite sure. I'd have to see what the wording is in the Nobel Prize to say whether I'm happy with it or not. I don't know.
My question to you is about this self-driving car. They are processing the hundreds of data. Maybe there is the consciousness. There is one of the way of AI development that we are using something like a digital census, collecting the numbers of data about the reality around.
I don't think they're conscious in any sense. But they could drive better than humans, that's possible. I don't know what the comparison is now.
I find it so funny.
They certainly make stupid accidents from time, but so do humans. So it may be that they become more reliable than humans, and that may not be too far off for all I know. I have no complaint about that. I don't think that's any indication that they have consciousness. After all, we have devices which already turn off the lights at certain times, and maybe they know better when it's getting dark and so on, or how to economize on the use of electricity and things like that.
How do you look at the AI development, and what's your prediction about the future of AI?
See, I don't really know what AI does these days, you see. So you're asking me a question outside my area of expertise. I would say an area of expertise has to do with whether these devices actually do what we do. I don't think they do, because they're not conscious. I don't think they will ever become conscious by virtue of being computers in our current sense of the word. I don't know if that's an answer to your question. It doesn't mean that they won't be better than us.
The biggest risk of AI development is?
I think there is a risk involved here. Part of the risk is people thinking that they're actually...
that there is a conscious.
They're conscious, yes. There might be an even more of a risk if they were conscious. You see, maybe one could understand what's involved in consciousness and develop some kind of device. I'm not calling it a computer because, in my view, it would not be a computer. It would be something else.
I walked into Moon Knight.
Which is conscious. And since I believe consciousness is a physical process, I don't think we understand it. I think it involves the collapse of the wave function. That's partly a negative conclusion. I don't see it anywhere else.
Love that shit. Love that he said that.
The wave function is very mysterious and involves certain retrocausal things, which are a little bit puzzling. I think the way that time works is not so clear when you're talking about
a website.
But there are certain things.
Yeah, we were making fun of it before.
In contradiction, you almost say, with ordinary causality.
Because it's AI.
It's not so much that they are. It's that
oh my God.
You have to have different concepts.
Did you see in there, like, educate yourselves? But it was while we were watching La Bimbos. Like, bro, what do you...
Which I've tried to separate from each other. One is classical reality, and the other is quantum reality. Now, classical reality is the sort of thing we normally talk about.
We can touch, we understand, using our senses.
Yes,
yeah.
but the main difference I'm saying is you can ask the system, say, if I take this glass, and I can ask the glass, I can say, hello glass, what shape are you? And don't do it that way, but I say, okay, what shape is the glass? And I say, oh, it's got a round top, it's more or less cylindrical.
And that's the classical world.
It's classical reality.
Yeah.
Now, quantum reality is more like, well, Einstein had a nice criterion, but he didn't call it quantum reality. I'm calling it quantum reality. This was, how do you know that the wave function is real? Is the wave function of a particle real or not? And a good example of this is the spin of a spin-half particle. Now, the spin of a spin-half particle is a quantum thing. Now, can you ask the system, hello system, which way are you spinning? It does not. It looks at you blankly and says, I don't answer questions like that. Ask me a different kind of question, please.
Huh?
The right thing to do is you say, okay, particle.
Luna Snow?
Is your spin in that particular direction? You see, the spin has an axis. The way that spin works for a spin-half particle...
Well, it's going through OBS, so it's only going to Twitch.
That's how you describe the quantum state.
I was supposed to end the game right there.
Particle. It has one particular direction and it spins about that direction. Now, can you ascertain that direction? No, you can't. It's quantum reality. You cannot ascertain quantum reality. You can only confirm it. So I like to use those two words, ascertain. I can ascertain the shape of this glass. That's classical reality. I can only confirm quantum reality. I can, if I think I know which direction it's spinning. I say, yeah, I've got my calculation done. I said, you've done it, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's probably by now spinning that way. I say, hello, state. I think you're spinning that way. Have I got it right? And if I have got it right, it says yes with certainty. So that was Einstein's criterion. So if you can confirm with certainty,
do you reckon the Japanese will
then
take
it gives you an element of reality. He calls it an element of reality. I'm calling it an element of quantum reality. Classical reality is the other kind. You can ascertain classical reality. You can only confirm quantum reality. And you need those two ideas, and you need to separate them. And quantum reality behaves very peculiarly. It actually behaves retrocausally, what you might think. There are these experiments with, I think you talk about the Nobel Prize, the one before that one, to Zeilinger and people about these, I think, EPR type experiments. I can't quite remember what they got it for, but it's something like that. You have these effects which seem to affect the instantaneous. You see, you share a spin between Alice and Bob, and Alice and Bob originally have a spin 0, and their spins are opposite. So if Alice's spin is this way, Bob's is this way. Now suppose Alice measures her spin and she finds it to be that way. Retrocausally, along the past light cone, so it's not just simultaneous.
We're in a sudden death.
It's into the past, but not faster than the light could go from this one to this one.
On the world stage, soon?
It's a strange way around. But retrocausally, it becomes the opposite of Alice's measurement. Bob can't ascertain it, so she can't send a signal faster than light because he can only confirm it. He doesn't know which way it is.
It'd be interesting to see how they react if and when
So you
China
need that
invades
idea
Taiwan.
to make sense of these EPR, Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen type experiments, which I think, I'd have to check exactly what the Nobel Prize was the year before this one. But I think it was to do with that. That's a very important and fascinating discovery. But to understand what's going on, I think the best way to do it is using quantum reality. And you certainly can't send a signal faster than light by these means, but you can retrocausal backwards faster than light, well, not as fast, almost as fast as light, backwards, if it's only quantum
on the
reality.
right side.
As long as we don't understand how quantum world work, we cannot replace it into
I
the
think it's
digital
not as
space.
bad as that. You see, don't understand is saying,
Yeah, this guy's a
rather
fucking
than trying to
idiot.
put it into a classical perspective. We can understand the mathematics of it, and we can get used to it, okay? And that is involving an understanding. If somebody asks me a question, I may not understand it that well, but I could do my best, and I might understand the quantum mechanics well enough to give the answer that quantum mechanics would say. Now that means understanding. Sure, it's an understanding of what's going on. You know, there's this famous comment, was it? Nobody understands quantum mechanics, was that?
I know I was
Maybe it was
about
Bohr
to
or
quote
somebody.
Bohr. I think
it was Bohr, yes.
Yeah.
No, you see, I think that's misleading. You see, understanding doesn't require it to be a classical understanding.
We are determined by the nature to understand the classical world. Quantum world is indeterministic and it's
Jesus Christ, our Punisher got
our
58
mind a little bit.
kills.
You need to use the formulas to try to understand the quantum world.
I think it's unfortunate to use the word understanding and limit it.
Boy, that was a really interesting conversation that Jack should have been interested in but couldn't hear. Okay, we're switching back to StreamYard now.